social media battle about Lekki Central Mosque. If you see outside there, you see so many banners outside. These banners are to educate you people, to educate ourselves, to educate the congregation. As you come in, you learn something. As you are going out, you learn something. Not only Fridays alone you come here to learn. We have some people who come here only once in a while. When you come here to Lekki Central Mosque, at least you should learn something. You pass by the banners outside. You look here or there. You pick one or two things. You learn something because Islam treasures knowledge. Iqra is the first commandment Allah gave us, to be knowledgeable. You have to know your religion. These banners, what we have there is either a verse of the Quran or a hadith of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now last week, somebody picked one of them. The one in which we wrote, Jesus Christ is not God. He is a prophet and messenger of God. Somebody tweeted, and it went viral. Some people felt offended about this. That's why should you do that? Why should you mention Jesus is not God? Why you know some people believe him as their God and their Lord. Believers, I received calls from the government, local governments, area command, appealing to us that please remove this thing, please. Because it's at a festive period. We didn't intend to provoke anyone. And we should be able to distinguish propagation of Islam from provocation. Propagation is different from provocation. It's meant for propagation, it's not for provocation. We didn't intend. It was not placed there just yesterday. It has been there for about 2 months or thereabouts. We are very peaceful people and peace-loving people. We don't provoke anyone. We only
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Rudolf Okonkwo. Thank you for joining us. Happy New Year to those in Australia and other parts of the world where they have moved into 2025. We in New York City, we are still waiting for 2024 to go and 2025 to come. Why we do that and why people in Nigeria are about, I think, 2 hours away from getting into 2025, we think we should have a conversation. This is a conversation that we are going to carry on into the next year, which is something to do with Sharia Courts in the Southwest. Now, if you've been following during the holiday period, there were instances where the issue of Islam, religion, came up, starting with Lekki Mosque, which we played the video of the Imam in charge of the mosque, talking about the banner that was outside the mosque that caused problems. For some people on social media, they thought it was provocative. We also had an incident that happened in Kwara State, where the Senator, Mustafa, representing Kwara Central, put up a banner, a Christmas greetings to people who are Christians in his constituency. People didn't like it. They removed him very quickly. And he put up. So, but a bigger question was in Oyo State. So the council academic area, Oyo State, wanted to declare or to put in place Sharia Courts. Immediately, it triggered reactions from people in the state and outside the state. about the implication. What does that mean? Of course, some lawyers had weighed in and they were saying that it's not possible for a group to set up a court, that the state assembly will have to be part of it, that they have to approve a law on how that will work. So we want to discuss all these things and beyond with two distinguished guests. The first one is Dr. Perry Brimah. Most of you know him. He's a doctor. He teaches in the CUNY University system in New York. He's also more or less like an Islamic scholar now. That's what I call him. He refused to accept that. But he's going deeper into the knowledge and the study of Islam. So he's going to join us. Dr. Perry, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr.
And also,
Damages.
also joining us is Rahman Oladigbolu. Rahman, most of you may not know, is a prince in the Oyo Alafin family that governs Oyo, the old Oyo Empire. I hope I'm getting it right. Rahman, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me, Rudolf. And Dr. Perry, it's a pleasure to meet you here.
Same here.
All right, so let's start with, I'm sure most of you have seen what the arguments that are going on out there. Are people overreacting? Let me start with you, Dr. Perry.
Yeah, so hi, Nigeria, and hi, listeners all over the world. It's nice to be with you again. Like they say, conversation is nice. You can even have some kind of how do you put it? Any type of confrontation that is verbal is also entertainable. People don't have to agree, but we should disagree agreeably. That's the only thing I would say. But other than that, I always love sharp discussions, conversations, debates, arguments. That's the flavor of life.
What about you, Rahman?
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and all over the world where you are watching us. It's a pleasure to be here to talk about these topics that's been really troubling to a lot of us. Well, a series of events that we've been seeing in the last few weeks. But yes, I agree with Dr. Perry regarding that. That's the only thing that we have to be able to have a peaceful world is the conversation. If groups cannot talk between one another, what else remains? That's when we resort to violence. Violence is almost like the close natural thing to us right now. So, but the conversation is something that we've been learning, that we have to, face ourselves and talk no matter what. And so I agree quite well.
All right. Most people say that talk about Sharia courts in the Southwest. It's not something new, that it comes up every now and then in the Southwest, but it's on the fringe. Is it, Dr. Perry?
I think, of course, we all admire Yoruba land. In Nigeria, I think Yoruba are some of the, we are the most tolerant, I believe, multicultural, multi-religious societies. The talk, like I said, has been coming up, over the years, and there actually exist some levels, but it just depends on how high the level is of Sharia law in the Muslim southern states.
What do you mean by that? Do you mean there are actually... Oh, we lost him. Rahman, is there any Sharia court system in the Southwest at the moment?
Well, in some places there have been not necessarily Sharia law in the typical way that you see in Islamic countries, but in some regions they do have a way of arbitrating among people who are Muslims who just want to. But it was nothing that could rise up to the level of the law that's kind of like people react to in the society, because it's more like within a community where they have a lot of Muslims among themselves and they're able to conduct their affairs. But it's not like anything. We don't have anything like that yet. It's been talked about a few times in the past. We've had maybe one imam here and there who felt bold enough to want to request for something like that. Yeah, so we've had instances where people have pushed it, but nothing substantial that you can talk about, to at least to the point, even at this stage right now, the one they talked about. Yeah, it's something that should be concerning. When you're bringing the issue of the Sharia like that, but still, I believe what they were talking about, because I listened to the people who started the promotion on Facebook, and what they talked about was that they were trying to have a panel. They weren't talking about a Sharia court and things like that. Although, yes, I will understand why people will freak out seeing something like that on social media. As you know, we have all different kinds of people on social media anyway, and it's so easy for fire to get fanned into whatever it is. But still, I think it's still something concerning that we have to watch out and talk about.
All right, thank you. Dr. Perry, you were saying something before we lost you.
Yes, before the forces silenced me, but yeah, for instance, in Kwara State, there has always, as long as I can remember, there has always been, some level of Sharia court of appeal and so on. So I'm not sure which some other states, but I know that in Kwara State there has always been a Sharia court, and nobody really is bothered by it because it can exist independently of other judicial systems.
But do you understand why some people are concerned about bringing in Sharia courts in Oyo State, for instance?
Yes, that's why it's a very, very it's a conversation that needs to be had, because so this is the way. Let me. I'm trying to skirt around going into the crux of some of the crux of the conversation, but the whole idea is there is for those of us who are Muslims and those who are Christians, there is an ordainment, and that is go before the people of your faith rather than go before unbelievers. So this is, any Christian who reads the Bible has that do you rather go before unbelievers when you have a matter instead of going before your believers? And Islam has the same thing. Do you rather go before unbelievers rather go before believers? So the choice of any studious person of faith is to have access and availability of a judicial system that is based upon his faith-based principles. Such a judicial system does not have to affect other people. The problem comes when you now impose it on other people. So that's a separate conversation. But the conversations we are having now are, for instance, in Kwara State, when people have problems, they go to the Western Court. And some Muslims, when they have problems in Kwara State, they go to the Sharia Court. But you would not take a Christian who you have a problem with as a Muslim to the Sharia Court, because he is not bound by that principle. And I believe that's what Nigerian Constitution allows.
Okay, so Rahman, as a Muslim, do you oppose what Dr. Perry just said? Do you want that to happen in Oyo, which is where you come from? Do you want Muslims to be able to say, because if I'm a Muslim, and the Quran says I have an issue, maybe marriage issue or civil issue, I want the Sharia court to rule on that. Do you oppose me going to Sharia courts, demanding that there should be Sharia court?
I will not oppose you going to Sharia court if you so choose. But what I would first worry about it is how the society itself is going to be constituted. Because when we talk about Sharia law, we have seen in different places, especially like in the north, we've seen how things have turned out, over time. And because also in a community like ours, Islam is something that came into the region, and there was a culture, there was a tradition already on the ground. And there is, if we look at the history of Islam in the Yoruba land, and we look at the progression and the interaction with Christianity as well as the way it is, a lot of people worry about having the religions to obliterate the Yoruba culture, the Yoruba tradition. And some people will tell you that religion and culture are separate, but that's just some semantics that people use. Religion and culture are not different. They are interwoven in some sense. And does that mean that you can't have Yoruba people who will be Muslims and still be able to maintain their culture in some ways? Yes, there are a lot. I've been living in that context since I was born, but at the same time, we always have instances of people who want to use the opportunity of whatever is on the ground to be able to foster some other kind of ideology. And the point is that if you have a coherent community, like now, I'll tell you one thing from the start. I'm not a Sharia scholar, so the details, but I have learned about quite from a lot of scholars. I've read about it, I've known. So one thing is that it's difficult. The way our religions are constituted in general, it's difficult for you to bring something like that within a community, and you will expect it to stay the same way. You mentioned the issue of the Lekki problem earlier on, and if we have been looking at that, what the problem that we tend to get from that is that the idea of interfaith is one thing that has always been a bit concerning to me, as something difficult to really achieve. And I can ask you, show me a place in the world where you've had an interfaith system that have worked over a long period of time. Even centuries. You have like in the the Ottoman Empire, where you can have different religions and people still. But at the end of the day, whenever there is any crisis, you understand, people resort to their religion. And when you look at, so the idea is that when you have two religions, especially Islam and Christianity, that we see there, that they have the inbuilt in them is the idea of spreading the religion, acquiring more and more people. And then they have fundamental ideas that are contradictory, directly contradictory to each other. It's very difficult, the way I see, how you are going to move forward. Because in Islam, it says Jesus is not God. It's a major thing you want to really, people want to emphasize, people want to talk about. And in Christianity, it's like Jesus is our Lord. So I will want to see someone how you can arbitrate between these two people, and you say for over a period of 100 years they will not fight.
All right, hold that thought. Hold on there. You're going too far. I want to let people know that we are going to open it up for people to come in and ask questions, but I want to get to several things. Just another 10, 20 minutes. We open it up. So hold on, Rahman, don't go too far. Dr. Perry, let me ask you, are you opposed to people in your state, in other parts of Southwest, or even in the Southeast or South, Muslims, who will say, I want Sharia courts because I'm a Muslim, and I want them to decide for me if I'm having civil issues or even criminal issues? Are you opposed to that?
So you're saying, for instance, if a Muslim is having a civil issue with a non-Muslim?
No, civil issue. Maybe let's stick with other Muslims. So let's say marriage, which is one of the things that come up all the time. If they are having problems in their marriage and they want it resolved in a Sharia court, why would you deny them the right to have a Sharia court because they're living in a Akwa Ibom state?
That's what I am saying. I'm saying no matter what state you are, if you want to have arbitration by faith-based judiciary process, you should have access to it. And I even open it up to the Christians too. They should have their own Sharia court, because I think Paul says very strong, he has strong words on it. He says, do you rather go before the unbeliever than go before your people? That shame on you. That you should rather basically kill yourself than go before the unbeliever to adjudicate in matters between you people who are believers. It's an insult to a faithful person to go to unfaithful people to adjudicate their issue. It's an insult. So I believe there should be access. Now, I'm not saying control over or dominance over or persecution of, but I'm saying the people of the faith should have access. And there's a reason why I'm saying this, because if you look at the world today, we have adopted other systems, other things. And I'll ask you, we always talk of the problem that comes with Sharia or this and that. when you look at judicial cases, I can't even tell you my judicial experiences in Nigeria, how horrible they are. Judicial experiences are horrible all over the world, regardless of whether we use the white man system with his fancy cap that represents something that is from his own system. That cap now, people in Nigeria, they started to
It's
throw
a
it
new
away.
thing.
They recognized it was due to some hair battle that they were having or whatever. Whichever system you use, when you go to the courts, what do you get? So I think the world has reached a stage where we need to actually look back and say, okay, the America that we have followed so far, where are they now? Or are they an example anymore? I don't think so. So we need to get back into the drawing box and give more options, not restrictions, but options. That's my own view.
All right.
Can I say something there?
Yeah, go ahead.
As a Yoruba man, um, as you said, if I agree that to go back to the drawing board, and if you will go back to the drawing board, we are not going back to Islam, and Christianity are not our drawing board.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to say, if you don't mind, objective right there, because I wanted to comment on that too.
Yes.
Drawing board of Yoruba is actually Arabic. Ajami.
No. Don't say that. No.
Our first writing script when we wrote in Yoruba land, other than I've forgotten the other word, we use Ajami writing. And then when you look at the words in Yoruba, alubosa, alubarika, they are all Arabic words. So Yoruba is actually, Islam and Arabic is entwined in Yoruba culture deeply. So many Yoruba words that are Arabic.
All right, sorry. That point, yeah, it's a very good point that needs to be addressed. That happened because of the long time, longer than Christianity, that Islam has had a relationship with Yoruba people. It's not that Islam was that Yoruba was Islamic or Islam was Yoruba. No, they were separate things. The Yoruba was Yoruba, but yes, they have a longer relationship than Christianity. That's why you have some of those things, and not that. If you are going to go to the drawing board, unless you want to be taking centuries and kind of like measure things with years, if you talk about, say, to go back to Yoruba proper, it's, it has nothing to do with Islam or Christianity, because even none of them came to Yoruba land in a way that like the people called for them to be able to integrate into themselves. No. So you have to look at all of these things.
All right. Before we go further, let me play a little bit more of the Imam speaking, because I want us to, there's something that Rahman talked about, whether it's possible for these two religions to be in a society for 100 years and live in peace with each other. Let me play a little bit of what he said about Jesus in the Quran, and I want you guys to talk about that.
We are very peaceful people and peace-loving people. We don't provoke anyone. We only propagate our deen. Believers. Do these people think that they monopolize Jesus Christ? Don't you believe in Jesus? If you don't believe in Jesus, you are not a Muslim. If you don't believe in Jesus Christ, Al-Masih, the Messiah, Isa ibn Maryam, if you don't believe in him, you are not a Muslim. But what do we believe about him? We are Muslims, and anything we believe must be in consonance with the Quran. The Quran says Jesus Christ is not God. He's a messenger of God. We quoted this verse 2 on the banner, Quran 5 verse 72. He was just a messenger, was not God. Is there anything wrong if what we believe we paste it on our territory to educate our people, our congregation? There is nothing wrong in it. It's a verse of the Quran that we quoted there.
All right. He quoted what is in the Quran. What's the problem? Rahman.
Oh, that's to me. Okay, yeah. Yes, everything. That's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem. You have a religion that tells us that this is how the world is, and you have another religion that tells you that it's the opposite direction. is where the world is. How do you expect people from within the same family? And let's go back a little bit. In Yoruba land, yes, we always talk about this, that we don't have religious conflict the way you have in the north. You don't have that in the Yoruba land, and that is very true. That's how tolerant the culture still remains. And some people have traced that, and it's quite obvious, to the original traditional Yoruba culture. There was no idea of some people belonging to one religion or the other. It was a general tradition, and people celebrated. They did everything together from region to region. So it wasn't like you had to belong to a religion that would exclude some other people. Yoruba culture was not like that. Everything was completely inclusive. And I believe that in some sense, that was also one of the reasons why the culture was able to accept these two religions coming in at different times, of course, into itself, although there was another aspect of that. But so this idea of religious conflict, that we don't have it much in the Yoruba land, but within the text of these scriptures, the scriptures, that's the foundation of these religions, you have these contradictory and conflicting claims. So in Yoruba land, what we have been doing for years, for decades, is that people don't emphasize on those things. You understand? People keep those things out of the main. You have a husband being a Muslim, the wife may be Christians, and their children can go wherever they want to go. That's somehow how it's been going in the Yoruba land for a long time. And but if in the family itself, if they start to talk at the dinner table to talk about God in that way, you have conflict at the dinner table. But that is what people have done. They suppress those things and don't bring them up. They just focus on their relationship with God and all of that. But the problem that we're having now is that you're having more and more people who want to go to the foundations of these religions, checking all sorts of things, and they want to uphold whatever they think is there. That's what you see, like in Lekki, where they decide it's provocative in some ways, and in another way we can say, well, it's within Islam, and so putting it there just makes sense for you to be telling your own people. It's both ways. It makes sense within the context of Islam, but in the context of Nigeria, where you have it's provocative. So these are the problems that we need to solve, because right now you tend to have people who after generations, people who start going back into these scriptures, picking things up that we may have kept suppressed for some time, and picking it up and wanting to use it. It has happened before. The way even the Islam came into Nigeria, into Yoruba land, in many times, many of it involved violence in some ways. I have in Oyo one of the leading imams in Oyo who told his story. Somebody did a documentary about him, interviewing him, and he talked about how he himself became an imam. He went to Ilorin, and we're talking of someone who's in his late 80s or something now. So early in his life, he went to Ilorin to study Islam, and then he came back to Oyo. In his compound, they had Ifa things all around with over there. And then he came. He said he was the one who destroyed all of these things. So that is violence in itself against the culture of the Yoruba people. So if you at some point you start having people who will come up with ideas like that, and they'll start pushing those antagonistic ideas, and then you start having conflicts. That is what concerns me.
All right. Dr. Perry.
Yes. So society is a very complicated organism, I have to say, because there are levels of information. So that's part of what happens. We are not mature enough. And I honestly don't think many human beings anywhere in the world are really mature enough to have intense dialogue and to really understand the matters. So this is I'm introducing my comment right now because this is it's so interesting what we are talking about. So what am I saying here? When we talk about raising issues that are provocative, it sounds You know, first of all, the way I see that things should be in a society is either totally tolerant, where, you know, like religion is, you know, hidden totally, which I'd not really support, or total tolerance. Why am I saying this? Because when we say certain things are provocative, so let's give an example, and I'll ask an example too. If we say that saying Jesus is not God is provocative, then I'll ask another question. I'll say, is saying Jesus is God, is that provocative? Now, if someone says saying Jesus is God is not provocative, but saying Jesus is not God is provocative, then I'll ask, if someone else says God is lizard, is that provocative? If you see a banner that says God is lizard, or God is a bug, is that provocative? If we say someone that puts a banner and says God is a bug is provocative. To the Muslim, even though the Muslim has been tolerant for so long, when you say Jesus is a man, it's provocative. It actually is provocative, because you're saying God is a man. And the Billards and the Shuaibites in the Bible, they said, how can you compare man to God when even, you know, the mountains are not big enough? Then how less man that is a bug, and even the son of man that is a worm? That the son of man is a level higher, but he's still a worm. How can you compare a worm? This is conversation in the Bible with God. So, you know, lots of times when we say, okay, these ones are becoming intolerant, the first thing I say is violence should not even be the question. Everybody should approach life intellectually and have the conversations. But when we have the conversations, then let's look at the whole thing and say, okay, I think if Muslims are tolerating saying a man is God, and then somebody like you're advocating saying a statue is God, those are provocative. Then allow the Muslims also to say God is not a man. To me, it's all provocative or not provocative.
I think if I can say something quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's context that determines whether something is provocative or not. When they say to say, even if a Christian puts out and says Jesus is God, depending on the context, we know that the idea of Jesus, number one, is the central being God is the centrality of Christianity. So if someone is saying Jesus is God and he or she is doing our own thing in that way, because we understand the value of religion and you're living it like that, there's no problem with anybody else having to have a fight with the person. But you also can have in some other instances, which I know it has happened in Nigeria many times, that you have a Christian banner being placed somewhere in a provocative manner to say Jesus is Lord. And you can know that it's more than just talking about their own faith. You know, this is the problem that you have when groups like this live together with one another. So it's not like it's one directional in terms of this provocation. It's both ways. It just depends on the time and what we are talking about. That is the issue. So, but it just brings us back to the whole point that the fundamentals of the religions are involved in what puts us in this kind of situation.
All right.
That maybe we need to re-examine all of this.
Okay, hold on, Rahman. Let me play this audio from an Islamic scholar, and then we get back to this conversation.
Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ìdájọ́ rẹ̀ inú ìyà àtayé tí ó jẹ ni kí wọ́n pa. So bí wọ́n bá bú ànábì àfi kẹ́yìn ó kú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Ànábì wa Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam bí wọ́n bá bú àfi kẹ́yìn ó kú bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. So torí ẹ̀ anybody mọ wọn ara rẹ̀ mọ́ bú ànábì sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Mọ́ sọ̀sọ́kúsọ ń pa ànábì, ìdájọ́ ẹni tó bá bú ànábì ikú ni.
All right, so we're talking about what is provocation and what is not. And then there is something that is an insult, something that could lead to death.
Can you please interpret that for me?
Dr.
Says,
we want you to interpret.
judgment,
No, I wonder if Rudolf himself really understood what the guy was talking about.
No, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, the guy said the judgment for insulting our prophet is twofold.
Okay.
One here and one in afterlife. The punishment for here is death. Whoever insults our prophet shall be killed. Is that right or wrong?
It doesn't make any sense.
No, but is that what he said?
Yeah, that's
okay. But also we know, because we're having this conversation because of what might happen in the southwest in Oyo State. But we know that it's happening in the north. We have Sharia. Yeah. When Sharia was introduced in Nigeria under Obasanjo said it will fizzle out. It didn't fizzle out. Mm-hmm. And it appears to me that the southwest, which is the next area that some people want Sharia, they've been punting this. People tell me that it's been something people agitate for, and they punt it. They say, no, we are not going to do it. You guys are on the fringe. But considering the right, if you consider Nigeria as a multi-religious society, if people are Muslims, maybe they have the right to demand that they want Sharia courts. And maybe they should have it. The question is, we're avoiding the difficult conversation.
Yeah.
Which is if we're going to stay as a country, how are we going to make that work? Because in the north, we know instances where people who are not Muslims are being punished based on something they did or something they said. Or maybe, I don't understand it. There are many instances, we can mention them, and you all know some of them. What do you think? How do you think that we can navigate that? Because part of the fear that people are having in the southwest is that if it happens, that those who are not even Muslims will become victims of this because they've seen it in the north. Dr. Perry, let me start with you.
So I think, first of all, there are three levels to this conversation. There is Sharia courts in Kwara State. So there is a level that can be introduced. So first of all, there are three levels. So there's a level of Sharia law that can be introduced in the Southwest that is by participation, and that doesn't govern the people. So we've had that in Kwara State for so long. We have Sharia Court of Appeals, Sharia Court in Kwara State, and it's a parallel system. So that's the first level. There's a level that can be introduced. The second thing is, in the north where you have it, the problem I'm having now is where people say, maybe this guy, like the guy that just spoke right now, you say, okay, so this is the Sharia. And the question is, so Sharia has to be monitored by some kind of body to make sure it works properly, just like any other judicial system. So it has to be standardized. But the point I'm trying to say is, for instance, that guy that spoke, in the north, I'm not sure a single Christian has been sentenced to death by any Sharia court since we've had Sharia in the north. So that guy that said, the punishment for this is death, he's talking about street justice, not Sharia law. By street justice, we have had Christians killed. But I'm not sure any Christian has actually been sentenced to death.
Yeah, but that's street justice. But that's street justice. What is fueling it? Where is it coming from?
It has been there in the north of Nigeria ever before Obasanjo. It's due to this the Saudi program that they ran, the Wahhabi Izala program. We've had that, and I've never been shy of talking about that extremist ideology that comes from Izala, from Huriwa, from Saudi Arabia, sponsored. And since Donald Trump came, Donald Trump went to Saudi Arabia and said, disband this thing, stop it, retract the books. That extremist ideology was $100 billion propaganda machine from Saudi Arabia that carves through Izala in Nigeria, a specific of the groups in Nigeria, and Buhari is a member of, and they spread it into Nigeria. It's a special group. It has been there since before, and they're always violent, and they always have been causing trouble. And when we started calling them out, they have been more quiet now. It has nothing to do with the Sharia system.
And you see, one thing that if I can mention is when we say we can have the Sharia court and you have just Muslims and not non-Muslim. We talked about the attitude of Yoruba Muslims. A lot of them, at least from the time that I was born and those that I've studied, how people live together with one another. I'm quite sure you will have a lot of Muslims who will tell you that they don't want anything to do, they don't want to be part of the Sharia court. But if you say we have the Sharia court, it's only for Muslims, and you have a problem and you dragged me, and I say I'm a Muslim, you dragged me to the place. as a Muslim, but I'm still saying I don't want Sharia court. What's going to happen in that kind of instance? Because we are having the same this kind of situations. Look at Bala Muhammad. Bala Muhammad has been jailed in the north because you think he's a Muslim, but he's talking, he's saying what he wants to say, writing things on Facebook, and it's under the Sharia law that the guy has been put in jail for so long.
What of Duro this guy jailed in the south under other courts? There's abuse of judicial system.
No. Yeah, no. You said what of this? It doesn't. That's not
abuse of judicial system.
Let me say something. That is not a good response that we should be put into something like this. Yes, we are not saying right now. We are not talking of the quality that does the quality of Sharia law supersedes the Western canon or anything. That's not what we're talking. We're talking about experience. What's happening? So yes, within that context as well, it has its own problem. You know, that's a political thing that we have to deal with in Nigeria. You understand? We have that, and then we have the religious problems. The problem that we all have in Nigeria is that all three of these things are from outside. They are not things that grew from within the people themselves, and that's been part of the problems that we're having up until now.
So, if I may ask, we should return to the Yoruba traditional court system.
How do you return to that now? No.
So you're saying the Western canon is foreign.
Let me tell you this.
Foreign, so you return to Yoruba system.
The point is not to return to any, before you return to anything, the point is, how do you return to any traditional thing within Nigeria? What I see is that we need a very strong education. We need a kind of education that will really confront certain things that we've been afraid to confront. For example, tolerance. Forget about it. I don't. There is nothing like tolerance. We can try to be tolerant to one another right now. Religion is something that it comes from the very essence of who we are. That is where it holds on to. So when you have the two religions, Islam and Christianity, and when I talk about these two religions, the thing is that there is a difference if you separate. I mean, I grew up as a Muslim. You understand? I understand a lot of things. I can continue being a Muslim, doing my own thing, and not have any issue with anybody. The idea is how you are going to take a lot of things. What you're doing, I see a lot of things in these religions as being metaphorical, allegorical, but the fact that they are being there, another generation comes and they can take things very literally and continue. That's why such things need to be addressed if you're going to continue within a society. So, and these things are that you have a movement, a part of them that they were largely spread by imperial purposes, and that has been part of the foundation of the two religions coming into Africa. So that element of it is still there. That people want to spread, you want to conquer, conquering is if I'm able to convince you to become a Muslim. I'm conquering more souls for the Muhammad side, or if someone is able to win another for Jesus, you're conquering souls for, so the idea of that imperial aggression is always there.
The problem is,
hold on, Dr. Perry, before you respond, let me ask you, while you are responding, can you give us example of where these two religions are working well, where there are people in a society split along that line? If you look at Europe now, what's happening in Britain and in France and even in Germany, with influx of people from Islamic countries or Muslims, there is now the same conflict that we are seeing in Nigeria. Where can it work, and what is the model that you think that is something that we should aim for?
I think a place where I believe it works very beautifully, two places where I believe it works beautifully are Turkey and Lebanon. There are some other African countries, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure that's the Gambia, but there are places where, you have Sharia courts, you have those who go to Sharia, and you have those who go to Coptic and Christian Orthodox systems, and they are in harmony. I think Lebanon is maybe the Christians are maybe a tad bit, bothered about Hezbollah and its strength. But in general, I think they live in harmony there. And in Turkey too. Those are some examples. The problem for me is just reality is When you take away something, you say, okay, this thing is foreign. What are you replacing it with? And that's the question that Brimah Rahman is not able to. Whether we are going to go to Wale Soyinka and say, Wale Soyinka, help us revive the traditional methods. Because we are this, but you will not discard foreign Sharia and you will keep their hair problem, Western cut on me. Because I'm in America. And in America, we even see it right here. We have people, when you go to the court system, some people, they will have case upon case upon case. And once they have enough money, they're out of it. We see abuse and misuse and injustice by the judicial system in America, in Nigeria. I've had cases in Nigeria where if you see what they will do to the real criminal and then to the innocent person, the person will be rotting in jail for months. People that I know. So there's abuse of judicial systems. The Western judicial system does not prevent the abuse, nor does the Sharia that's misused. Maybe the Yoruba system, and let's find it if we can find it. And maybe we should go to that. The final word on this particular aspect is, to me, what I think is the problem that brings the violence is lack of proper enforcement. When you talk of craziness on the street, people doing this, it's because of lack of proper enforcement. I'll give you an example. During Nigerian military years, you will never hear people running on the street and saying they are going to do some riot and destroy something. Because they know that if you run on the street and you kill somebody or you tear down somebody's banner or flyer, you are dead. So if there's proper enforcement and the people fear law and order, there will be no violence as a reaction. Then we'll be forced into tolerance. But because people can get away with it, that's why we have this street mob thing that you talk of in the north and anywhere else. You have those mob effects because Nigeria doesn't have law and order. They are extremist, white supremacists in America and so on and so forth. And they do not run the streets. They would like to, but they don't because there's law and order. So I think that's what's missing. But other than that, America allows the extremist groups to operate and exist because they cannot touch somebody else.
Let me say so, what I say is, I professed a way that we can get we can deal with this. It's not the way you phrase the question that if we remove this religion, how are we going to go back to? I am not saying to remove any religion because it is our own people themselves that are the Muslims and the Christians. You understand? So how do you remove it? So the problem is actually with people, we ourselves. It's the kind of education that we have got from childhood and from these religions and from the old Western thing that we are talking about. It's the kind of education that we have got that have conditioned us into this kind of way that we are living, and we are not able to hear ourselves, that we are put into the situation where we have this gridlock of Jesus is God, Jesus is not God. So when you talk about, you mentioned that the places where it has worked, these things don't work. Lebanon, you already cleared that yourself when you mentioned Hezbollah. There are a lot of issues that are still going. It's almost like a side that you are trying to manage it. You can manage it. You talk about Gambia. We've been having incursion of parts of these terrorists that are coming from ISWAP and all this kind of enriching all this. So that is another thing that you have people like this coming into countries saying they want to create an Islamic state. And then you mentioned Turkey that you mentioned also. Remember recently Hagia Sophia was just declared a mosque. Hagia Sophia was built originally as a church. And it has been going back and forth. So if you have a leader of a nation who's a Muslim and declares something like Hagia Sophia as a mosque, what do you are you talking of tolerance? Is that tolerance in Turkey that you're mentioning? So all of these things, the tolerance is not something. It is understanding. We have to have an understanding of what these religions really are. What is the essence of these religions? Is it the outside facade of someone singing hallelujah in one place that makes you a Christian, or being in a mosque worshiping and saying when they say Muhammad, having to say sallallahu alaihi wasallam like 500 times in one paragraph? Is that what makes you a Muslim? All those kinds of things. It is the idea of people really understanding, and that effort is the effort of the leaders of the nation to be able to really come with how are we going to for me, I want to educate my children as I educated myself. because I educated myself into the place where I can live as free as I live right now, is I'm not going to give my children any religion. My children are going to learn all different religions in the world as they grow up. And the reason is, I believe something like this is how we need to have, even in our education, the fact that our histories, we don't teach history anymore in Nigeria, all of these things. If you let people have good education about religions around the world, you will realize that all this conflict that we tend to have, it will be handled, I believe, better, because once you are able to see that what I am doing is the same thing that you are doing, you're just doing it in a different way.
Can you give me an example where that works?
To one another more. That's what I think.
Can you also give us an example of a country where that's...
And exactly, that is why, because it has not worked. People have not practiced it around.
All right.
Let me say something. Right now, all over the world, the movements that are disturbing the peace all over the world is the movement that started centuries ago between the Western civilization and the Islamic civilizations. And though the Western one has started long before, and all these efforts to conquer the world and both facing each other, they came to Africa. It's like recruiting more and more people, covering more and more land. That's how they came to Africa. That's how they got to Nigeria. It's in efforts to spread and really expand their own way. So, and that is what you see all over the world. In India, look at India. You have Indians also fighting and killing each other right now. You have Islam that have been there for some time, and now you have some people who are Muslim. Hindus are now killing them. They're minority people who are doing their religion there, and the Hindu majority are killing them over there. But these are people that traditionally they were all born from the same land from over there. So these religions, these forces, that's the same forces that you have all over the world causing all the problems. Even the Israel-Palestine conflict that we were talking about the last time. So if we don't understand and go to the roots of all of these things, yes, we'll just keep reeling from one tragedy into another.
All right. I have to let our audience come in. I know they are itching to do that, but one more question from me and I will shut up. They may have better questions. Deborah Samuel was killed for so-called blasphemy. I want to get back to Perry, because there's something you said about demarcation between Sharia law and what Sharia is pushing, and when people rise up on the streets to take action. So when she was killed, Abubakar Atiku sent out a tweet condemning that, and Muslims came after him and he deleted that. Now, how do you begin to deal with the issue of what you've kind of separated from Islam, people, mob action, when Muslims, people they call moderate Muslims, are not even free to come out and say that this is wrong?
So on the topic, as I have said, Deborah Samuels was killed not by a Sharia court. We agree on that. She was killed by a mob of probably Islamically illiterate, violently bred, Izala extremist Muslim youth in the That's who she was killed by. So when we have this conversation, it does not even come into the Sharia conversation, because it has nothing to do with Sharia. Sharia is a judicial system where you're going to be tried, and then you're going to be sentenced, and then the state is going to execute you. So we are talking about the mob action here. Now, if you're talking about Muslims coming out to defend or not to defend, I cannot rate or grade, or I don't know, I believe Muslims condemned it. Some extremists will say don't condemn it, but I cannot defend either side of it. People like us condemn it, and some other people don't. But it's not Sharia. And when we model this up with Sharia, that's when we are creating a problem, because that mob injustice, extremist thing, it has nothing to do with Sharia law.
And you don't think Sharia has anything to do with their motivation?
It has nothing
to defend?
Nothing to do with it, because Sharia is against injustice.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry, Dr. Perry, I disagree with that.
Sharia is against injustice. You cannot kill a person without a trial under Sharia. So that it has nothing. You cannot even connect it to Sharia. I double dare you to link it to Sharia.
I disagree with that.
Link it together.
The
pronounced her.
It may not be. Listen, I disagree with that. I disagree.
Judge pronounced it.
The young woman whose life was wasted there, you can trace it to the same thing that you trace the Sharia courts to, because when you have in Sharia, listen to me, when you have in Sharia, you have a section that deals with the whole idea of the person of Prophet Muhammad and how you treat and how. So Bala Muhammad that I mentioned earlier, it was the same thing that the Sharia court put him in jail for, that those boys killed Deborah for. So when you have something like this that can function even within that system, and then what do you expect the thugs that you're talking about? And I agree with you that they are thugs, and the way they did with that young woman was horrible and everything. But the idea came from the same thing, that if we don't address
properly, the question I'm asking is, you're making the thing so broad. Let me give you an example. If a person goes onto the streets and says, what's the governor of Kwara State or of your state or your state? If you go on the street and you insult the governor, it can be a judicial issue that you may be you may be arrested on. If you go on the street and you are just shouting, insulting Jesus Christ, you can be arrested. Even with our normal judicial system, if you disturb the peace, you can be arrested. Being arrested doesn't mean you have been tried, prosecuted, or sentenced. But anybody can be arrested for disturbing the peace. The fact that Deborah had been arrested under the court does not mean the court sentenced her to death and executed a death order on her.
Bala's been in jail for God knows how many years. But you see, when we look at all of these things, the point still comes down to the idea of the kind of education that we are having. A lot of us, and the problem is that, and I understand, religion is something that really it holds on to almost like the core of the human being. So that emotional part, it holds us, that we're afraid of being able to say anything against it, simply because of the way we have been raised with religions. We have been conditioned so intimately, so that we are afraid to question it, to go against it. And that's where the problem is. So a lot of the Muslims that they're saying good things, and they want you they want to stop all this stuff. You won't see them Muslims that won't stone anybody on the street, but we are still afraid to face ourselves and realize that the ideas that the criminals going around are using is still here. Look at the guy that attacked give me, what's the name of this Indian author of
Rushdie.
Rushdie. Look at the guy that attacked Rushdie. This guy was not even born at the time that Rushdie published the book, that the Ayatollah did the fatwa, and the fatwa have even been lifted. So this guy had not been born, and the idea was still in living, and the idea motivated him.
My problem is
someone else.
Violent behaviors. We can never conclude on any conversation about impulsive, violent behaviors. And I can pick up impulsive, violent behaviors from all kinds of people in any field. And even, in fact, I had this article that I wrote about godless violence in America. Most of the people that are shooting up in America are sexually variant and godless. The most violent crime we have in America are godless. People can have violence for being godless, godful, Muslim, Christian. I don't think we need to be discussing about irrational, human, eruptive, or planned behavior. We need to talk about the system. But you are now accusing violent people and saying there's something in the system. No, the problem is human beings. A lot of them are messed up. If someone went to attack Rushdie, he's a messed up guy. But within the core of the book or Islam, there is no promotion of this kind of eruption of violence.
All right. Okay. So let's thank you, Perry. Let's get to our viewers. If I call you, please be respectful. Our guests, they are not the people who are pushing whatever you think is going wrong. So if you are not respectful, we will take you out. So I have to say that. So I will call on Kene. Kene, I will start with you. Any question or comments to Rahman or Perry? By the way,
Yes.
Perry's other name is Isa, and according to our Imam, Isa is Jesus. So go ahead, Rahman.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and welcome our guest. My special thanks to Prince Rahman, right?
Yes.
And Dr.
Yes.
Perry. I think we've had Dr. Perry here a couple of times. Good to see you again, sir. Now, I have a question specifically for Dr. Perry. When he alluded that, or he embraced the idea of having Muslims choosing to be tried with Sharia law or to be tried in Sharia courts. Now, Nigeria is a secular state. And I don't want to say that Islam is of the minority when it comes to religion in Nigeria. I don't want to say that. I have my own facts. But in a situation where you have a country that has a constitution that should be guarding everybody, irrespective of your religion, and a select religion said, "Oh, that we should be tried with Sharia law." How about a non-Muslim, for example, a traditional believer, opt into saying, "Oh, I should be tried with traditional law," or a Christian opting to be tried with Christian law? And you know that Christianity is all about forgiveness of sins, right? So you have in a country where you have the secular constitution that should be guarding everyone, you have the Sharia law, you have the Christian law, and you have the traditional law. So everyone should be given that chance or that privilege of choosing the kind of religion or law he should be tried with. On one hand, Sharia law will be amputating arms, will be stoning what they call it, women that are caught in infidelity, to stone them to death. While Christians, on the other hand, will be forgiving and be given second chance. How would you explain this in a country that should be a secular state?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm glad to address this. Let me read Corinthians 6, verse 5. It says, because I've been referencing this since we started. It says, Corinthians 1, verse 6. If any of you has a dispute with another, do not dare take it before the ungodly for judgment, instead of before the Lord's people. It says, do not dare. Or do you not know that the Lord's people will judge the world? And if you are to judge the world, are you not competent to judge trivial cases? Do you not know that we will judge angels? How much more the things of this life? Therefore, if you have disputes about such matters, do you ask for ruling from those whose way of life is scorned in the church? I say this to shame you. Is it possible that there is nobody among you wise enough to judge a dispute between believers, but instead one brother takes another to court, and this in the front of unbelievers? What I'm saying is, if you like, you can tell me what you believe Christianity is versus what the Bible says it is. And the Bible says it is to your shame that you do not have a Christian court for yourselves. It's to your shame. So you are not following Bible. That said, I am saying Nigeria's constitution, and you can check Nigeria's constitution on this because I've written on this back in the days when I used to write. Nigeria's constitution gives freedom of religion. And within freedom of religion is freedom of judging, dealing with your matters yourself. They should make traditional courts, and traditionalists go to it. You make Christian court, Christians go to it. Muslim court, Muslims go to it. The problem is when you want to bring it to another person, then we have to have some other system. But they should make it. And if the Christians decide that they will forgive in it, whatever you decide, they should decide in it. But I'm for freedom. But you guys are for incarceration under Western systems. I am disgusted by Western systems. I'll tell you that for a fact.
Dr. Perry, Corinthians is not an Old Testament. Is an Old Testament.
It's New Testament.
No, it's New Testament, right?
Paul.
And Jesus Christ brought the message. So Christianity is all about Christ-like. So Christianity in its entirety emulates Christ, which is the New Testament. So Corinthians
is New Testament. Corinthians
no,
is New Testament. It's a book of Paul. Paul wrote the Corinthians letters.
So some of these things you see in Corinthians are a kind of a reference to what we have in the Old Testament. It's a reference point in the Old Testament. That's
I don't want to be
brought into the New Testament. It's just a reference point.
It's not a reference. This is Paul writing his letters and describing what the Christian ought to do. And in case you do not know, half of the New Testament is Paul. Half of the 60 books of New is Paul. Paul defined Christianity, but the church has picked and chosen what it wants to present and has suppressed what it doesn't. This is one of the words of Paul. Before I go, one second. Jesus Christ himself, when he saw disorder, he went to the temple and said, what you people are doing here should not be done, and he scattered the place. So
may I just ask a question, Dr.
There
Perry?
is no order in Christianity and justice. Jesus scattered the tables, he scattered it.
Please, may I ask Dr. Perry just one question? Based on what you just said, we see the world is getting even more interconnected. And in Nigeria, you have people of other religions. You have people who are Buddhists. In Nigeria, they can be of extreme Hinduism. So now, are we talking about having Buddhists also have their own, Hindus also have their, and how many judicial systems are we going to have?
As many as there are people. It's freedom. It's freedom. This is true freedom.
No. The continued division is the problem. That's violence against ourselves.
You want to force all of us under Western colonial masters' courts?
What is called a constitution? We want to make a constitution with the constitutional conference. Everybody is able to sit down. If within any other system now, if I hurt someone, the judicial system that you're talking about, it is illegal for me to hurt you, attack you on the street. It's the same way it's illegal even in the Sharia for me to attack you senselessly by that. So if that same thing, it's what is different in Sharia that Sharia wants to deal with, that we can say, okay, give us the ideas and then we integrate whatever makes sense to the general polity into the same judicial system that we want to be using. And with Christians, rather than for us to have
to start from a new template, not the white man's own. Being a new template.
Fine, I'm fine with that. But the point is that you can't tell people to stop doing one thing or another now. And the same people that you have who are agitating for Sharia, you can talk to them. We can do all of this and pacify or force them to stop at this point. But 10 years, 20 years down the line, somebody would come up again and say they want to do it.
All right. Thank you, everybody. When I call on you, please make it one question so that we can get to everybody who is here. Let me call on Show. Show, you're next. Go ahead.
Right. Good evening, Dr. Damages, and good evening to our guest. Good to have you with us. Lovely conversation, by the way. Quite, impressive, very civil. My question, how do I make it one? Because it's quite a few. So it's following on from what Kenneth said, and I think this would probably be best answered by Dr. Perry. In a situation where I prefer the current, judicial system, as horrible as it is, and I have an issue with a Muslim. Let's say the Sharia court, and the Muslim prefers the Sharia court, but I am, the one who is pressing the issue. I want to sue someone who's a Muslim, and I want to take them to a court, and they're saying they don't want to come because they can say, because I'm a Muslim, my faith does not permit me to come to this your kafir, this kafiria and all these things that they call everybody else, that they don't want to go there. So what do I do in that case? And I'll just quickly join this to it. People like Deborah, people like the Bauchi woman that was in prison for 19 months until she was acquitted about a week or two ago. People like the Kano food seller, I was at Kaduna last year during Ramadan, that sold food to Muslims who were fasting, and there was warnings that you don't do that in the future. These sort of things, they happen. And I know you've attributed it to the uneducated Muslims and the rest of it. But what are the educated Muslims doing to re-educate them, to allay the fears a lot of us are? Because Southwest, if you think about it, we are like 50-50 in terms of Christians. And in my grandmother, both grandmothers were Muslims. Both grandfathers were Christians. I have a sister who's married a Muslim. She has a lot of children. So I have about 7 nieces and nephews who are Muslims. So, in the Southwest, we're different. In the East, it's predominantly Christians. In the North, like core North, I'm not talking North Central, they're Muslims. But with us, it's different for us in the Southwest. And this is why I think we need to be especially careful. We can't just mirror whatever they're doing that is working for them in those places. So those are my 2 questions anyway. What do I do? I'm dragging a Muslim to court, to Ibadan court there, and the person says, I don't want to go with you because I'm Muslim. And the second one is, what are, someone like you, very educated and the rest of it, different from listening to that, crackhead from Iwo, whatever his name is, Mufti. It just sounds scary. It sounds like he's bloodthirsty, the way he talks. I don't know, all those sort of nonsense. What are you doing to counter such things? Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. So to the first question, that is the way the conversation should be. I keep on repeating to people, Kwara State. In fact, now, let me be honest. My family were the conquerors, the Muslim Fulani conquerors who conquered from Sokoto State to Kwara State, that made Kwara a Muslim state. So I have that origin in the bitterness, but we actually did not conquer Kwara State. Kwara State invited Fulani warriors to help them fight the Oyo Empire. And when my family and other families helped to fight and won, we took over. It wasn't violent, we just took over. So it was a natural process. But Kwara State has always had Sharia Courts, and nobody hears any problem from it. I don't think anybody does, because it is an available resource, and people are not compelled or bound by it. I am talking about options here. So the conversation that we should be having in Nigeria is options as against fighting it as an available option. But you cannot force a person to come under a Buddhist court or force him under a Christian court or a Sharia court. Because right now, as Nigeria is, its constitution says this is the judicial system above all. So you cannot force a Christian to come on that. So I think, to me, that's simple. Nobody in Ilorin is going to drag someone and says we have to. No Muslim in Ilorin is going to drag a Christian and say we have to solve our problem under the Kwara State Sharia Court. It's not happening. Yeah,
but the scenario painted is you and I have an issue. I sue you to court because of your religion. You don't want to go to a kafiri.
The police will force me to go to that.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm looking for.
And if you listen to the Bible verse was particular. And that Bible verse to me, even
no, I'm not a Christian.
I don't support. I'm not
a Christian.
I don't believe in Paul in many aspects. But the way you explained it is the purest one. I believe everybody needs to go and read 1 Corinthians 6. He said, you have a problem with each other.
I'm not a Christian, so I don't read Corinthians.
Right, okay. How dare you go to... And to me, I believe it's expensive for me, Muslim, for anybody. I get good knowledge wherever I find good knowledge.
We are former slaves, so we believe in the Igbo court system. My family, former slaves. So
as a slave...
yeah, exactly.
Patriotic slave for life.
Follow our masters, yes.
Our master. Yes, our master knows what.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes. But I'm just saying, that way that was explained is exactly the way it's meant to be. That it's when you have internal problems, you should take it to your own, not outside. But it's not for dragging someone from outside, or it's not for refusing to go to the general court. No, but it's for internal problems. I don't see any problem with it. And to the second thing that you're saying, absolutely, it's a responsibility of all of us. And people like me have been fighting the extremists in Nigeria and all over the world. I've fought them. It's our duty to fight them and let the mob action stop. And I've done a lot to fight it. The mob action has to stop. When the mob action stops, and it's like dust in the air, everybody just sees the dust and they do not see the beauty of using God's law. The simple thing we are saying, it seems so complicated or so annoying to people. But all we are saying is, we want to use God's law, you to use God's law. And people are saying, no, use white man law. And I say, no, we want to use God's law. And people are saying, white master law is better. This is the talk of it. But because they say, Sharia, they kill people. No, what we are saying is we want to use God's law. And you can use white master law.
No, but my question would be, what is God's law?
God's law are his commands.
Where? In the what?
They're straight away in the Quran, in the Bible.
That's where the problem is. When we anchor something to the heaven, the heaven that we can't open and see what's behind it. These are the things that we need. When I talk about education, these are the things that we need to confront regarding our religions. Saying this from the Corinthians or something like that. When you have a law and you say you anchor it to the heaven, I have a problem with it, because we can't go there and ask the God to tell it to us. So all of these things create a problem.
Philosophically, I'm going to express something to people here. Law is about morality, right? It's about the moral code. Do you guys know that there is no objective that morality? It does not exist. Objective morality saying this is right. A man can marry 1 wife or 10. A man can kill or should not kill his brother. There is no source of objective morality. It's called objective morality, meaning this is the object, we can see it. The only morality that exists till today on this planet is subjective, subject to holy book. There is no, can you give me an objective? Say, let's not anchor it to holy book. Let's not make it subjective anymore. I'm done saying this very statement. Is it allowed for a man to sleep with a man?
Okay.
Tell me the law.
See, the point
let me give you another one. Let me give you one that will not cause any YouTube free this thing. Whatever I say here has nothing to do with the organizer of this program. Any word that I say is from my own mouth, and I never pre-stated to the organizer of this program that I shall say the things that I say. However, is it okay for a man to sleep with his sister? Tell me objective morality. Don't anchor it.
Okay. See, that's the problem. Objective morality. When we're looking for objective morality, objective in the sense of it is similar to the God give us this thing. That's what people try to say. God's word is the objective morality, whereas it's not. Everything you get in the Quran, they are all subjective. Everything you get in the Bible, they are all subjective. So why do I need to look for, listen, why do I need to look for objective morality to solve the problem I have with me? Can somebody sleep with his sister? No. If I say if within
his mother, what's the moral code? Tell me the moral code, and do not.
Could I interject? See, Rudolf. See. Let me answer his question.
No, Pansat, no.
What is? Hold on now. Hold on, Rudolf. Hold on. Don't try to show off with insulting me whenever I come on this platform. What he's doing, it's a fallacy, right, Dr. Perry? By the way, welcome, sir.
And by the way, I'll have to stop you. When I get to you, I'm getting to you next. You will be able to talk. But don't take this is not, you are not taking this over. I want the guests to interact. That's why we brought
subjective morality.
Okay. So we brought him here to debate.
The guest is asking a question. Why can't a participant in the panel?
I will remove you. I don't want to do that. It's a new year. Please, we are approaching the new year. Just relax. We'll get to you.
So my response is that, why do I need objective morality to deal with something within here? We are within our own culture. Does the culture allow a man to sleep with his sister or mother? The culture within where we are. How do you solve it? I don't need objective anything. It is right there. No, in my culture. If it is in another culture that they want to, you understand? But now we're having the world and we are learning from one another to know what is right. For example, human rights.
When I go to
talk about human rights.
When I go to this, when I go to the south of Nigeria, where I serve, when I go to the south of Nigeria to test in some areas, to test when my guest comes to my house. When my guest comes, I will say, sleep with my wife tonight. When in the morning, when you sleep with her and wake up, I will say, I hope she says you well. Yes, she's a good woman. That is the law in that place.
Where, Perry, where is that?
Well,
because
I will remember the name of the place. This is the law in the place. They entertain people.
Mr. Rudolf wants to
go
go there.
Where they eat man. I've gone around Nigeria before I came to America. I've gone around territory. The other places where they eat human being is the law. If you go there, they will eat you. They said this place, the Tena Eminence, is the sweetest part. They eat people there. So which objective are you saying culture? Which culture? Anywhere I travel in Nigeria, it's a different culture. Which one?
But this argument you're putting, I think it's against exactly what you're trying to push. There's no objective morality. So does the Quran and the Bible give us objective morality?
No, it's subjective. We are using subject to linkage to God in what we believe are his books. That's what the world uses. And every law, every morality that you have that the white man gave, and when they're writing the Constitution and all the laws in America, they use the Bible and Quran. That's what they use. It's subject. They have no idea. A human being has no objective.
You can question that as well.
Right and wrong.
You have to question that as well. You have to question that as well.
Not kill. It's from the holy books. That's why we do not kill fellow men.
We have to question all of that. What makes a book holy?
You can go to the drawing board and write new laws.
What makes a book holy?
Subjective laws to the white man or to the God's laws. We are using subjective morality.
All right, I can't stop the guests, but let me just say this. We want to get to people who are trying to ask questions. So for the guests, let's reduce the time we use to answer a question. Let me go to Pansat. Pansat, you have one question, and then you can do a one follow-up. If we have time, we can come back to you. We're not giving you 5 minutes or 7 minutes to query anybody. So, Pansat, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolf, and welcome, Dr. Rahman and Dr. Perry to the show.
I know the doctor.
And then the rest of the panelists here and those who are listening to us. Dr. Perry, obviously, you've been here a few times, and we know about your work. You do quite a lot of good works outside of the present discussion. It's actually very, very hard to watch you trying to twist on this because you don't have a good footing on this issue of the Sharia. So I sympathize with you. Like you said, you try to fight extremists, and we appreciate all the work you've done. Now, I disagree with you pretty much. When Kene asked you a question, you diverted the question, right? It's not talking about the differences between the religious tenet or the Bible or any religious issue. There's a third component, which is our constitution. We have a secular constitution that separates church and state, and that there should not be any room for anything like Sharia. That is the issue. That document, the constitution, is what the friction is running against. So do you agree with that? We're not in a competition between Christianity and Islam.
I totally disagree. You are not reading our constitution properly. Our constitution allows for freedom of religion, and included in religion is religious laws.
All right. So let me refer you to Chapter 1, Article 10 of our Constitution. There, it reaffirms that Nigeria is a secular state, and that no government or state shall adopt any religion as a state religion. Now, state is defined by a case law, AG Ondo State versus AG Federation and us, 2002. Right there, it tells you what a state is. Do you understand?
Yes.
That a state in this context is fundamental. Objectives, directives, principles of state policy includes the federal, state, and local governments. So a state including local governments, federal. But anyway,
adopting Sharia. The state is it's not adopting Sharia for everybody. It is enabling freedom of Sharia. It's not adopting it. That's where you're getting into.
No, but you see, we copied our constitution. Let me. I don't have a lot of time, so he's going to be giving you a lot of time. But let me just use my time to get a few things out of you, because we copied our constitution ipsissima verba from that of the United States, including starting from the third one in 1979 to the fourth one, and then the fifth one that we have now. Here in the United States, there's something called Establishment Clause, right? That particular clause prohibits establishing any law, whatever, including any form of Sharia. It prohibits Sharia. When you talk about a secular constitution and you're equating it with Christianity, that's the first mistake you're making. Our constitution is secular. It's not a Western thing. It's not a Christian thing to where a Muslim could come and say, "Oh, you've got this there, so put one for us." That constitution is sacrosanct. It's going to be resolved in other ways, but we don't have time for that. And I have a lot of things that I want to talk to you. Rudolf, let me take Let me ask for a couple of minutes here
No,
so I
no,
can
not now. Just you have to stand by. If we have time at the end, we come back with you. I know.
Okay. Could I then just say a couple of things about some of the words you use, including tolerance, right? We have a conflict. You use the word conflict, but you have to be sincere. You're one of the people that we are proud of, especially from that side of the country. You can't be artificial and hollow in this discussion. This is a very important discussion. We have to have a secular constitution. So when you talk about tolerance, that's going to emanate from sincerity. You shouldn't be in the kind of difficulty you're in. You are a scholar, and the other guest, Mr. Rahman, said he himself a Muslim. None of these things says that it's talking about the tenets of most Islam being bad or whatever. Nobody cares. You believe in it's a private thing. When it comes to religion, there shouldn't be anything like Sharia in our constitution in those states. Right, starting from Zamfara, the first one to do this in 2000, to Kano, Sokoto, Katsina. All those have to be cleaned out of our constitution, because in our constitution, somebody could live anywhere. A Christian could live in those states. So what I would urge you to do, like I said, I have a lot of respect for you. I'm a little irritated about this, but I have to tell you that you're one of the hopes that we have. So you can't twist and turn on this. You have to be upfront like a scholar. And let's deal with it secularly, and let's believe whatever we believe outside of the state. Thank you very much for indulging me.
All right. Thank you, Pansat. Before we go to Chim, while people are watching, I just want to announce that on Saturday, we have a special guest who is coming on the show, because I won't be here on Sunday. So we have, where is it? Okay. We have coming on Saturday as part of our typical Have Your Say on Saturday, Kevin Emmanuel. He's an economist. He will give us an economic outlook for Nigeria for 2025, and things that he thinks that Tinubu must do to salvage the nation. So Saturday at 12 noon, New York, which is 6 p.m. Nigeria. So if you can join us, we appreciate that. All right, Chim, you're next.
Good compliments of the season to you, Rudolf, and same to everyone on the panel, and to those who are listening and watching on the comment section. I think this is a very interesting conversation we're having. I particularly enjoyed the way both of the guests have jawed at it, and the contributions everyone else has made. So, number one thing I want to say, just to get it out there, is my immediate reaction on this issue. My guess is that it is the whole Oyo State Ibadan issue that has triggered this conversation. And when I heard about the effort to entrench Sharia law in Oyo State, my question was that I don't seem to understand what whoever the agitators is or what they're trying to accomplish, because to my understanding, I don't see anything that is broken. Now, the other thing I want to bring out quickly is, so that I don't forget, is Dr. Perry said in Turkey and Lebanon that there's a peaceful coexistence of Christians and Muslims. And I'm wondering which world he lives in, I'll be honest with you. Because Lebanon, as we all know, is a no-go area right now. And it's been a no-go area for a very long time. And there have been people who have suggested that the issue they're having there, that Lebanon used to be a Christian country. And then until they started allowing people from Palestine, that's when they started having these issues. That's debatable. So the conversation is out there. So I'm not sure where he got his own perspective about Lebanon being in peace when it comes to religion. Now, personally, I think one of the problems we have as a country is this whole effort at intertwining too many things at the same time. Thank you to Pansat, who has brought it out very well. Nigeria claims to be a secular state. Now, Dr. Perry lives in the US. In the US, the American system allows everyone. They allow you to build your mosque. They allow you to build your temple, whether it is a Buddhist temple or Hindi temple or whatever type of temple it is. They allow you to do that. They allow everyone. But when it comes to the application of the judiciary or laws, there is no Islamic law, Christian law, Buddhist law, or Hindi law. The law is civil and plainly applied. You stole a chicken. The American law specifies what happens if you steal a chicken. And if going through that process, you're found to be guilty as suggested that you stole a chicken, whatever law or penalty should be administered. It doesn't matter whether you bow down 10 times a day or you place your legs on your head and pray. It's the same law. It cuts across everyone. My question to Dr. Perry, because clearly I understand Rahman, so it's not a question for Rahman. Rahman is very straightforward. I understand where he's coming from, and his points I align with what he's saying. You understand? I might disagree with Rahman in terms of my Christian faith and other things, but clearly I appreciate his perspective on we should have a uniformity of how we are doing things. Dr. Perry is saying if somebody comes and tomorrow we have enough number of people who say they are Hindus, then we should have a law that speaks to them. Then if we have people who are Buddhists, we should have the same thing. And I personally think this is a recipe for confusion. Because what we're supposed to be doing is, like Pansat rightly said, is to have a straightforward law that applies to everyone. You can go and worship whoever you want to worship privately. But when it comes to the administration of law, the law should be the same and cuts across. So my question to him, he lives in the US. Are you now saying that the American people who have a simple, straightforward law that no matter what it is you do, the law catches anyone if you're found guilty? You're saying they should start having Hindi law, having a Buddhist law, and having all those kinds of law. I don't understand it because right now, their legal system is straightforward, but ours is in confusion because that's why we're having all this confusion. So please, can you speak to that? That's my question for you.
Thank you very, very much. To the first point of Lebanon, the question was, where are Muslims and Christian societies existing in harmony? And I believe, largely again, 30% of Lebanese population is Christian. Okay. 30% are Christian, and the Muslims do their thing with their Sharia Courts, the Christians do their thing, and I think it's harmonious. Whatever is happening there is a battle that the whole country is fighting an external force. It's a separate thing. So just to cover on the Lebanon, just to correct the wrong impression about Lebanon. Now,
I have an answer to the question you asked, but when it gets to my turn.
So what you're saying, let me...
Yes, I was going to say that I have an answer to your question, but when it gets to my turn, you ask that question now to Rahman and I think Chim about where does Islam and Christianity cohabitate and live peacefully. I will explain it deeply. I have very good answers for that.
I don't forget there's some other African countries where this is very perfect. I've forgotten that. Now to go to the what you are saying again, I do not think a lot of people understand this conversation at all. I'm sorry to say. What we are demanding, or what I'm demanding, is freedom of religion under Nigeria's constitution. And if I know how to code the constitution properly, section 14 or 13, subsection 4, 6 or something says each state can enact its own laws. So states have the authority, House of Assembly, to create laws for the people. And under this is where Sharia laws are created. It's not going against the constitution. Nobody's ever asking for anybody to go against the constitution, but these are constitutional provisions under freedom of worship. You, as Muslims, you as Christians, can have your own court for your own people, not for anybody else. And I don't think anybody in this panel understands that. It's not for anybody else. If it goes to anybody else, then carry me on to another panel and I'll say, no, Mba, that's not what we're talking about. Okay, you want to go for yourself, for your own self, with your family and your own Muslim brother, you want to go, you can go. It's access. It's not.
Okay, so Rudolf, let me just quickly say, and then I exit. Sorry, just because I clearly, Dr. Perry, does not understand what we're discussing. I'm sorry to say this. So he's conflicting a lot of things, and we need to call him out on this respectfully. Number one is this: Nigerian Constitution respects and advocates for freedom of worship. Is enshrined there. That is what the secular constitution says. Secular constitution says if you're a traditional worshiper, You are at liberty to go worship that way without anybody contradicting or troubling you. If you're a Muslim, ditto. If you're a Christian, ditto. If you're a Buddhist or if you're a Hindu, same thing. But the same constitution now says, or should be saying rather, is that when it comes to matters of the law, we do not bring in.
That's where you're ignorant. It doesn't say so. It says the state assembly.
Can I end? I'm not going to argue. I'm not here to argue.
Go ahead.
When it comes to issues of the law should be blind to any religion. In other words, like I rightly said jokingly, if Mr. Rahman steals a chicken and I steal a chicken, the same law should be applicable to Rahman and to Chim. We should not now come to say, okay, because Rahman bows down towards Mecca, then we will use the Mecca law.
You're repeating the same conversation. You're just repeating yourself.
Hold on, can I finish? Can I finish? I don't want to stop any other person from airing their views. People are waiting. And then the same law that holds Rahman should hold me. What you're saying, because you're mixing things up, you keep saying freedom of religion. Yes, there's freedom of religion, but what you're now saying is that when it comes to the legal processes, we should now come and have a separate legal Sharia process, and then have a separate Christian legal process, and then of course start breaking it in whatever splinters can be found. And many of us are here saying that this is a recipe for confusion, and that is rightly what is going on in this country right now, which is why Nigeria is rudderless. We don't even know what we're looking for, what we're applying. We're just rudderless. We play Sharia here, we jump here. Can we please take all of that away? Let Musa worship in his Musa way. Let Obi worship in his Obi way. But when there is an issue of law, legal process, we have one simple legal process that binds all of us. And we will not be doing all this running around that we're doing. That's all I want to say. Thank you, Rudolf, for having me.
I think what you have expressed here is opinion. We are here in this conversation to state facts, figures, and methods. You've discussed your opinion, which is the general opinion that we don't want to give Muslims their right to a law for themselves. You don't want it. That's the common opinion. So there's nothing much new you have added. The only thing I want to add to what you're saying is what you don't understand about that law that you think, because, for instance, we will tell you that we have to sit down and adjust what it is because we don't want to be under that law that is available. Because that law has problem from where it's coming from my colonial master. I don't like my colonial master at all. As far as America goes, the example you gave on America, I'll tell you what America has. Every state in America enacts its own. There's no one law. So when you look at America, you get it wrong. There's no one law in America at all. And each state in America...
There's no Sharia Christian law in America. That's what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
Let me finish.
You live in the US.
Let me finish. And I'll tell you, I'll enlighten you about America. First of all, America's constitution was built on the Quran, Bhagavad Gita, and Bible, just so you know. So they do not even need to do such things because their constitution was built on those three books. And that's where they got the laws as the foundation for the Constitution of America. And under the Constitution, that is why under the Constitution there is the 7-year law of debt release. Once you have a debt under 7 years, the debt is cancelled. Why? Because that's Mosaic law. 7 years Jewish law is put in the Constitution. Thou shalt not kill, whatever. These are all from the religious scriptures. The American law, credit, money system, money interactions, economic system, all of these are built on the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, and the Quran. To follow up on that, the states by state have different levels of application of Jewish laws, Mosaic laws, and Christian laws, and states like, where is it that you have this man having polygamous wives? What's that? His state? Utah. States like Utah have polygamous laws based on the Mormon population. States like, so they actually build these religious laws into the state's constitution. In various states, you have different ages of marriage or sexual behavior due to Jewish laws. In states, you have 13 as the age of sexual intercourse in New Hampshire. Different states, you have 13 as ages of, based on the Jewish application of Jewish principles into the law in each state. So do not talk about America that you have no clue about, because they protected the religious foundations by entertaining the religious requirements within the constitutions of each state independently based on their religious population.
Okay, excuse me.
All right.
Let me say something to that, because there's something, a statement you made that's untrue.
Did you know that Utah has polygamy?
Excuse me.
America is against polygamy.
Excuse me.
Utah has
Yeah.
polygamy.
But the statement you made, the statement that the Constitution is based on the Bible, the Bhagavad Gita, and the Quran and all, that is absolute false. Yes, these people studied the Bible, they studied the Quran, the people who wrote the Constitution, and they studied the Bhagavad Gita as well. They studied a lot of the ancient religions. Those are the things that you can say informed how the worldview to be able to.
But you're saying the same thing.
But to say it's based on it, even when we talk about Christian law, everything that you trace back, what you have, the Ten Commandments and everything you have, you can trace all that back to the Code of Hammurabi. Which predates the whole Christianity that we are talking about. So laws, people have been taking laws from the past and looking at it to be able to create law for their society. That's how this Christian community in the past have done to create the laws that we're talking about, so that we call holy. We anchor it to the heaven, but it wasn't anchored to them. It was created by them. The same thing with the what you have in the Quran. Anchoring it to heaven is not something that we should accept. We have to look at it. So we can also look at all the things and be able to. We are all human beings. That's one thing. And when it comes to the needs, we have the same needs. Whether it's even religious, our religious needs is similar, the same. And we can. I studied a lot of religion because of coming from Nigeria, as we all see. You grew up into this kind of conflict, and that's what led me to actually be looking from one religion to another. And I'll even tell you, one of the things that motivated me to do it was in the Quran, when I read that go around the world, study around the world, even if it takes you to China, something like that. You know, and when you look at what I found out, when you look at from one religion to another, the same thing at the core, they're all talking about the same thing. And everything happens to be how you're going to make human beings live a good life. But over the course of time, all of these things have been put together and formed into situations where you create organizations of you against us against them. You know, religion, for example, we can say religion is different from organized religions that we have. You understand? These organized religions like Islam, Christianity, they are just trying to help to be able to guide human beings towards living a good life. That's what they are. If we recognize them for that, then we'll be able to take active steps to really have our own hand in it. Whatever we don't want, that don't fit our situation, we don't bring it into ourselves. But no, we are taking all of these things, hook, line, and sinker, from all the places that is coming from. From the West, you're taking all the Christianity. From the Arab, you're talking about Saudi Arabia doing something that you also don't like, funding all these people. Isn't Saudi Arabia the origin of all Islam that we are talking about? We all go to Saudi Arabia for Hajj every year. You understand? And this is the same place that you say they are funding terrorism and things like that in Nigeria. So what are we going to do? You understand? The source of all of this information that we are calling holy, we have to examine it, re-examine it. That's what we need to do. There is no model around the world that has done this. And what makes Nigeria, what makes for us to wait to see one country to do something before we do it? No, we can do that ourselves. We can be the model that other places in the world will do. All of these things, we have to examine it and be able to determine what kind of society do we want for ourselves.
All right, thank you. We are running out of time because Perry has only 1 hour. He agreed to do 1 hour, but we are now approaching the second hour. So please, when we call you, find your best question so we can get to the people who are in the studio, where people backstage. Before we even go to the next person, Chim, thank you so much. We're going to go to Jide, but before we go there, there's a question on the comments.
No, I came before. I was here before.
Yeah, sorry, but we
I came.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We have to go to Jide. We want to make sure that we don't get confused about what's going on. We're going to Jide, but before we go there, let me just say there's a question on the comment section that talked about Sharia law. Where has it brought progress? We have them in the north and other places in the world. Where does it? Where can we say it's an example of? Hold on. Let me finish. So I have this list of countries where they punish people. This is punishment in Islam for different crimes. One of them is the crime of leaving Islam. Even in places like Saudi Arabia, if you leave Islam, you are punished. The question that a lot of people are trying to ask is this what we want? You know, where do we have a model where there is Sharia law and the country is something that we aspire to emulate? So I will throw that to the two guests while we go to Jide. You answer it when it comes to you, but let's get Jide to weigh in. Jide, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, first of all, yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. It's great to listen to Dr. Perry and Rahman. I've learned a lot from Rahman, and I think I align with all his views. For Dr. Perry, I have a lot of things I want to explain, and I think probably within the short period of time, I would give my question. Or before I give my question, I need to make this point. But thank you so much for having me, and I've listened to every panelist as well, and the comment section also. Thank you so much for having me. So these are my points. So Islam and Christianity, if you look at the historical context of Islam and Christianity, they've proven to be imperialist religions. These two religions historically, they've committed genocide on indigenous people in Latin America, in the United States. There were genocide through the ideology of Christianity. If you look at North Africa as well, there was complete genocide. Cultural genocide was committed to the indigenous people of North Africa. You know, not complete, but there were a huge amount of genocide that was committed. These two religions are very violent. They have a lot of positive sides, but they also have a lot of negatives. And the legacy of the rivalry between Islam and Christianity, we are still condoning it up till today. Currently, we are ruled by a world that is dominated by the Western imperialism, you know. So now, my point now is, you mentioned that there's no country in the world where Islam, Muslims, and Christians cohabitate peacefully and in prosperity. That's not true. There are a series of countries that have been able to make it work. One of them is Russia. Russia made it work. In fact, one of the things we need to understand about these two religions is that even up until today, the way the West dominates the world is they use these extremist forces, these Islamic extremist forces from Saudi Arabia, not just Saudi Arabia, from Pakistan, from Turkey. They use them to destabilize so many countries for their own interest. It has been going on for centuries, even up till now. And Nigeria is one of those countries. But yeah, I'll talk about Russia. So Russia is one example of a country where Muslims and Christians are able to cohabitate peacefully. So what happened is, Russia as a country, as a territory, they were able to evolve for centuries, politically, culturally, for centuries. So they're able to cohabitate. That's because they went through a revolution, a communist revolution that united the people together, regardless of their Islamic or Christian background. And they've also had an empire that also was able to control the people as well for centuries. And that's why they're able to live together. Dagestan and some other Islamic territories in Russia, they have their Sharia law. But Russia as an entity is not controlled by Sharia law, and they live peacefully. Another country that is also very successful with managing Islam and Christianity without the existence of Sharia law is Indonesia. Indonesia is another country. In fact, Indonesia is a very good example because Indonesia is a Muslim majority country. But guess what? Indonesia as a nation is not ruled by Islam. It's not an Islamic state like you have in Saudi Arabia or you have in Iran. No. What you have is they are able to cohabitate under that cultural commonality and stuff. So, having said that, I will now go back to my question. So, what do you have to say about when you talk about you talk about despising colonialism and everything, which is valid, right? This despising colonialism. What do you have to say about those so-called factions of Muslims, those extremists, the same people that are spreading Sharia law in Nigeria, where they are also still used by the West to go and destabilize peaceful countries that are resisting colonialism? Thank you so much.
All right, Perry, Dr. Perry.
I totally missed the question. Can you give an example of those people?
Absolutely. You have it in Syria right now. HTS. You have it in Syria right now. You had a country that had a diverse ethno-religious, an ethno-religious that was prosperous. But guess what? The West created they destabilized that country through sanctions, through regime change operations, and they use the same people they are praising to go and spread Sharia law in Nigeria. I'm sorry to be aggressive. I'm sorry to.
Oh, I understand.
But the same people that are saying, "Oh, let them bring Sharia law to Nigeria. Let Nigeria be a Sharia state," they sponsor them, and they are working in collaboration with the West to destabilize that country. That country currently is in ruins. Another country is called Libya. But Libya is a common example. I don't want to go into Libya. Algeria is another example. After the Algerian Revolution, where they kicked out the French, right? Because like I said, I like the fact that you said you hated colonialism. They had to fight the demons. The same demons that are now in Nigeria that trying to spread Sharia law. They had to fight those demons in the 1990s. Because those demons try to destabilize Algeria. So that's another example. I give so many other examples. But what I'm saying is, you have a secular state where they have a multi-religious, multicultural entity, and those same extremists that try to spread Sharia law, they go and destabilize those countries. So what will you have to say about that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So question number one that I was asked, countries that apply Sharia law and admirable. The United Arab Emirates is one of them. Everybody, Nigerians love to travel there. They apply Sharia law. And I guess they're admirable. They have a lot of achievements in terms of economics. They built economies that are wonders, wows to the eyes. They have tolerant societies largely, and they apply Sharia law. I think we should look at Dubai as a country that we should aspire to be like. I think. So those are examples. And then a whole lot of the Middle East have Sharia law. Oman, Qatar. World Cup was in Qatar. These are beautiful countries. They have Sharia law. Nobody's eating the next person in those places. I don't see it happening. So the evil Sharia law that we think is because of, Nigeria is a wounded lion. Ghana has a good Muslim North and Christian South population, and we don't even hear this madness that we hear in Nigeria, because the terrorist extremist people that your final question is talking about, yes, there is a terrorist network of extremism sponsored by Saudi Arabia. It touched Nigeria, it didn't touch Ghana. So Nigeria has this whole chaos because they injected a radical, violent, crazy brand. It's not the Sharia law. It's that brand that was injected. And it was not injected in Ghana. And Ghana is another country I forgot to mention. Very north is Muslim, south is Christian. And we don't have this thing that we have in there. Why don't we have it there? And then in Yoruba land, we don't have it too, except now that we have it.
Yeah, because Nigeria is supposed to be a secular state, because that's an ethno-religious diverse.
It does not stop Sharia, like in parts of maybe northern Ghana where you have Kwara State is secular, but they have a Sharia court. But everybody is totally afraid of Sharia.
But Kwara is different from what you have in Lagos and Osun State. It's completely different.
Right. So all I'm saying is the degree of Sharia that I am talking about. I'm not talking about putting Sharia over everybody. I'm saying giving access to a Sharia court. To me, that is freedom. And we've had it in Kwara State for years, and it costs nobody no harm.
Yeah, but you can't have multiple
we have to move on. We have to move on. Thank you. All right. Rahman, you want to say something before we go to Andrew?
Well, I think there's not much to add to that. Everything is in what they're saying, but it's just the fact just still remains that we're living in a very divisive system in Nigeria. That is also fanning all the flame of natural human tendencies to conflict. And there is not, for example, look at when we had September 11th in New York, the attack that killed almost 3,000 people here. In Nigeria, almost 600 people died, or even if it's around about that, died because of that, because you have some people who were sympathizing with one side and the other people sympathizing with another side. Things like this should not be happening in Nigeria. And all of these things that we've been talking about. What about the traditional situation that we have, the traditional culture that we have in Nigeria? How does it fit into all of this? When it comes to talking about law or no law, how much do we understand the traditional culture that we have in terms of how they can contribute to how we can build a new society? For example, the two religions most of Nigerians are either Muslims or Christians. You understand? And that's how it has been. And when you look at this, when people talk, I remember, let me give a short anecdote. I was, when I started recording a documentary about the process of selecting the new Alafin. And the very first place that I went to interview one of the candidates was in Igbuora. Something struck me on that day when the whole town came out to us to celebrate, to do and be able to talk about what we came for. And they had Muslims, Christian, the chief imam, and then the priest, Christian priest, and then they have the traditional priest over there to do the prayer. So all the three things we did at the beginning. But something that struck me when the traditional man started the prayer, he was making reference to certain historical figures and events as he was praying, much like we do when, as Muslims, we're making references to Moses, to David, and in Christian, well, we have different names in Islam and Christianity, but we are making references to these people as we pray. And many of us, as we are Muslims and Christians in Nigeria, we know a lot about the Middle East. So much that we know nothing about ourselves. And this man is making references to figures in the past, to events. And I realized that this is the history of the land where I was born, and I know nothing about it. You know, many of us, we don't know anything. We can quote the Bible, we can quote the Quran, we know what Moses did when something happened, and all of these things. This is how we have turned out around. The religions have turned us around, and we don't have ourselves anymore. We are just like versions of the Middle East in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you, Rahman. Let me point out that in the Southeast, when you give a kola nut, when a man brings out a kola nut, he talks about his origin, his grandfather, great-grandfather, not to the church or to the Bible, or anybody. All right. Let's go to Andrew. Andrew, next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolf. Good evening, Paul. Dr. Perry, it's a quick question. You reference, did any of you having a matter against another go to law before the unjust and not before the saints? To paraphrase, saints are forbidden to go to law before unbelievers, which is 1 Corinthians 6. How do you align that with? Is this suggesting that in the context of marriage, is it suggesting that we should not go to law, to court to get married or to divorce? You are muted, sir. It's muted, sir. Oh, pardon. Rudolf is muted.
Absolutely. Okay. Absolutely.
Rudolf, you're muted. Rudolf, you're muted.
Yes, for any legal matters, according to Paul, believers should go to believers, including marriage, divorce, financial transactions. The laws are there. The rules of financial transactions are there in the Bible and Quran, the way God wants us to do it. And Paul is saying he speaks to your shame. So to any Christian, I see that a lot of people here are not really Muslim or Christian anymore. And that's the tendency that the white man wants the world to go, and the world is going successfully that way. But for those of us who are still good Christian and good Muslim, it's to our shame that we go to unbelievers to settle our matters instead of going to our own. It's to our shame. That's what Paul said in that letter. Plus marriage, plus divorce, plus someone owes you money, plus someone stole your goods. Go to your own religious people and let them decide rather than going to unbelievers. That's Paul's letter.
All right. Thank you, Andrew. Half of Turkey is it's Iraq or what? I don't know what it is. Go ahead.
Nice to see you again, Rahman. Welcome, Dr. Perry. I actually wished there's something reverberating in the back. It's distracting me.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think it's Rahman that is.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Half of Turkey.
Thank you. So, hey, nice to see you, Dominic. I always love listening to you. Yeah. So, what I wish you had brought me on, not so much as a panelist, and not because I think I'm like an intelligence or of that nature, but I do have a certain knowledge about things like this involving like theology and the law and things of that aspect, in even in fact regarding the Sharia. And I've heard people make certain wrong pronouncements on here. And I've spoken to Rahman the last time he came on here, and you allowed us to talk, and we had a good conversation. And I still appreciate that. But I think a lot of people have made a lot of wrong pronouncements. And Dr. Perry, he might not be the best orator, but I see that he's trying to explain certain things. But I don't think maybe today you have an off night, and I don't think you really doing such a good job. But you're trying. One thing I think a lot of people are not realizing is Nigeria does have provision for Sharia laws in its constitution. In as much as we say it's a secular country, sections 38, sections 275 to 279 actually give the states the power to establish Sharia courts of appeals to handle both criminal and civil cases. Now, I will, on a personal note, disagree with Nigerian states handling Sharia criminal cases, because I don't think the provisions are in place for rulings to be just. Because if you understand the Sharia law, there, even in the Middle East, there are certain provisions before you can actually drag someone before a Sharia court. For example, and I've stated that here in discussions with forefathers the few times he's been willing to listen when he doesn't get distracted. Say, for example, the chicken example everybody keeps bringing on. You can't just drag someone before a Sharia court in an Islamic country and say, well, he stole a chicken, I'm going to chop his arm off. It don't work like that. You take him before the Grand Cudi, for example, and why did this man steal this chicken? Without going into it, if there were economic reasons why hunger led this man to commit this crime, then he cannot be punished. But I will divert from that. We can always discuss that in a future date. Now, with regards to Nigeria, in Western Nigeria, which seems to be the reason why all of this brouhaha is going on, Islam has been in Western Nigeria for almost 1,000 years. For almost 400 years, or I'd say a little over 300 years, at least since the end of the 18th century, certain parts of Western Nigeria have been practicing Sharia law. Not so much the criminal cases, but the civil. They've been handling civil cases in terms of inheritance, for example, in terms of property, in terms of marriage and divorces. They've handled this in places. I mean, Perry seems to be, I'd say it's probably Edo or Western Nigeria. Rahman obviously is from Western Nigeria. So you would know in places like Owo, they've had Sharia law institutes. In places like, I think, Ogbomoso, they've had Ede for 100%. Ede has practiced Sharia law for centuries, at least more than 2 centuries. We do not see people running around with their arms cut off or their legs cut off on the basis of, well, I went to a Sharia court and I got found guilty, and now I'm walking around a cripple or walking around with crutches. What Nigeria actually should, well, not what Nigeria should do, what Nigeria does, at least in Western Nigeria, is we do practice a civil the civil aspect of the Sharia law. And I don't see why now that they want to extend it to other places. Now, this is my own personal opinion. All these fears are being strewn around. I think what people should do, and what I was expecting Dr. Perry to vocalize and explain to people, were the type of Sharia law that is going to be implemented in the Southwest. For example, to let people know, well, it is not the criminal aspect that's going to be practiced, it is the civil aspect, and you cannot be dragged in front of it if you're not an adherent of the faith. Now, if you say, like someone asked earlier, well, what if I decide I want to bring you before a Sharia court? Guess what? Nigeria's constitution supersedes the Sharia court. Even if you were to go before a Sharia court of appeal, or your case was taken before a Sharia court of appeal, a Nigerian secular court of appeal supersedes the laws of the Sharia court. So I do not see why everybody is coming on here making false pronouncements about Lebanon. People are giving unnecessary history lessons that we don't need. Lebanon, and I have Lebanese family members. Lebanon and the Christians and the Muslims have always lived well. Like Jide said in Russia, it happened. If you want to blame the influx, like Rahman said, of the influx of the Palestinians into Lebanon, but guess what? Christian nations and the Jewish nation collaborated and destabilized Palestine. If not, maybe Lebanon will not have the influx of the Palestinians it has today. So we have to take all these things into context without pointing one finger and four pointing back at us. And I think, let's just be open-minded, see it from the other person's point of view, and let us educate ourselves on these kind of issues and not make false pronouncements that will further inflame the polity.
All right. Thank you. Half of Turkey is in Europe. All right. Rahman, you wanted to say something? You're muted. Unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Half of Turkey is, can you make an acronym of your name and we can just make it quick and go like that? Yeah, but thank you very much.
It was actually a jibe at someone that came on here and was telling us that it was actually like this kind of conversation, but because he did not like Muslims, it was obvious. So he lied to someone else. And Dr. David is laughing because he knew the person lied to us that Turkey has never been in, half of it is not in Europe. Turkey is an Arab country. So I changed it to that just to jibe at him.
All right.
Just say Turkey is Eurasia and move on.
Yeah, but he raised a lot of good points that we can also think about. Yes, as he mentioned, the Sharia has been something that people practice. It's true. Even within, I was in where I was born. A lot of things have been done even within the community, in the house. I grew up in a house where I lived with my grandparents, my grandfather. We had an imam in the house that conducted our prayer 5 times a day, and everything during the Salah, all the things that we had to do, and even decisions that we wanted to make regarding marriage or certain things. My grandfather would always call the imam there. So, and these are also part of the principle is from the Sharia. When I got married, I did nikah. Nikah was part of what we consider Sharia, So, but everything was done within the family. Even the imam I was living with us at the time. You don't need to have an imam living with you, but maybe in the community or something, people will go to them and you conduct whatever business and things that you want to do. So all these transactions have been done in compliance with the things that are in the Sharia. But so now, the same people that are coming that they want to create a Sharia panel to be able to create a Sharia law, they have been doing these same things in their community. And right now, it seems like they feel like it's not enough. They want to jump up. And I think this is what division of religion always comes to, because that's how it has been in Nigeria. Each side has always been provoking the other, and that's how they've been getting stronger. And both of them have got to a point that, to be honest with you, it's just so much, blindingly so much, that a lot of excesses, things that don't really relate to what makes sense anymore, that both of them are doing. And that's exactly what you see in there.
All right, let's move on to Dr. Mary. Welcome to the show.
Sorry. Good evening. Good evening to the panel. Yes, I have a question. What exactly is the deficiency in the Constitution that those who advocate the adoption of Sharia would like to remedy? Is it that you think the Constitution is curtailing certain freedoms of Muslims? How would the judgments be different under Sharia law as opposed to the Constitution?
All right, Dr. Perry or Rahman, any of you can.
I can give some. We typically have, for instance, a lot of families when the parents die. The battle of inheritance till tomorrow, it's not yet resolved. It becomes chaotic and stuff. So those kind of things will be aligned, I believe, under the Sharia courts, and they will help you to divide your inheritance according to the Sharia law, and let it be done with properly and fast, instead of dragging in these courts for years and the family battles and killing each other for years. And, other things need to be dealt with properly. Divorce, for instance, men just kick out their wives in Nigeria. Lots of the judicial system actually allows it, but Sharia gives provisions for divorce and so on and so forth. So some things are very widely different, some are minor differences, but for whoever wants to use Sharia law, use your Sharia law to settle your matters.
Okay. Is it in all cases the Sharia law would be more compassionate than the constitutional law?
It depends. For instance, expedient. I do not know how far, I cannot honestly say because I've not used the Sharia code before, but I know that with legal money matter cases that we've had with the Western law, whenever I have a company in Nigeria, whenever they want to sue my company, I say, go ahead. You're going to be on that matter for 2 years till the money loses value. You can never solve that matter in less than 2 years. By the time you finish solving that matter, if I owe you $1,000, I'll owe you $200. The Western court system in Nigeria, to me, and then when we have other cases too, it's horrible. It's treacherous. The rich man pays and wins and so on and so forth. I'm looking for opportunity in Sharia court. Hopefully they will resolve monetary matters within weeks or days. And things hopefully to give something better than what this other system is giving. What this system is giving, we had a staff of my company, they locked him up. And then we had somebody else who committed the crime and the person just paid $1,000 and walked away. And then they locked up my own person. I cannot use that system.
Because I'm wondering whether, if the problem is that certain people are corrupt, would the Sharia law really protect people from human nature? Very creative people can find ways to be corrupt under any system of law. And I'm wondering also, how are moderate Muslims going to be protected from the more enthusiastic Muslims, let's say, under Sharia law? Take, for example, for stealing material goods, there's a harsh punishment under Sharia law. However, so far, I have seen no punishment for members of the extremist movements who have stolen human beings, young human beings in school. I would love to see people's daughters returned. No, there is no, so far, no one has been successful in reining in the more enthusiastic Muslims, such as those who belong to Boko Haram.
That's what I believe the conversation should be. The conversation, instead of us wasting our time on this, the conversation should be, how can we use divine laws? Because actually, Sharia law is the same as the biblical law. The biblical law is the same as Sharia law. If your eye causes you to steal, pluck it out. If your hand causes you to steal, cut it off. This is Bible. So it's the same Mosaic law. 99% of the things in Sharia law are the Mosaic law. I believe the conversation should be on how to properly apply it. Then we would have been more constructive as a country if we say, okay, apply it properly. Let them cut off the hand of governor or president, last president, or let them cut their hand. That's what. So the application is a problem. Let them cut off some of these.
So who are the them, Dr. Perry? Who are the them that will do that? If
okay.
Say yes, let's use this, because China uses capital laws that are similar to Sharia laws. Let's put in these capital laws and let's make it enforced so that public officers, you see the conversation will change. They will cut their hand when they steal.
I think people can be reformed, and it is my view that we shouldn't exact a permanent punishment for something that, probably requires a different approach. If someone steals because of poverty, then
that is never punished under Sharia law. Under Sharia law, if you cannot afford it, they never cut your hand. That is never.
Fortunate gentleman in Zamfara state in Nigeria whose arm was amputated for stealing.
The law. The law is totally against that. If you cannot afford it, provide for you.
Right. So it shows that Sharia law can be abused.
Any law can be abused. That's why I'm saying our conversation should be on making Sharia law properly utilized for everybody, the rich and the poor. That should be the conversation.
Because at the end of the day, human nature will always find a way to be creative enough to abuse the power given.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
How do we protect more moderate Muslims from the more people with extremist inclinations?
That's what
you see, for stealing children from school, we need to resolve this problem. It's an embarrassment to the entire diaspora that Caucasian human rights groups have to act as advocates against these savage blacks who have stolen daughters from school.
And that's why you see that I've written articles where I have lambasted Buhari in the past for giving amnesty to Boko Haram. I said, how can you give amnesty to Boko Haram? You need to kill them. You can't give them amnesty. So this is the problem. We need to be harsh on these people. They cannot be rehabilitated. They've killed people. They've abducted children. We need to kill them and not give them amnesty.
So probably the answer is not to in terms of inheritance of land, make the law more efficient for everyone, not only Muslims who want to.
Is it okay if I answer, please?
Oh, hold on, let her finish, and then maybe you can wait.
I'm almost finished. What if we make the law more efficient for everyone?
Some people do not want the kind of law that some of us want. Right? It's a big conversation to try to adjust this Western law to be harsh enough on corrupt politicians and stuff like that, and thieves harsh enough. You know, it's a tough one. It's too tough to fix this Western law. This Western law is designed to let the wealthy get off. That's how it was designed. They get off in America all the time. I'm sorry to say.
All right. So my closing point is again reiterating the fact that many of us are embarrassed because Caucasians have to act as advocates against these savage Muslims of African descent, the extremist ones, who are kidnapping children, particularly girls, from schools. I
disagree with your point completely. We were the people who started bringing back our girls. We started. I'm not Caucasian. We started bringing back our girls. We advocated. I wrote the most articles on the Chibok girls before everybody started talking about Chibok girls. I wrote the most articles that how do we enter and bring back our girls. I wrote those articles. So it's not just Caucasians. Caucasians have done the most evil on this planet, and they are continuing to do it. 40,000 Muslims have been directly killed by Caucasians in Palestine, and 200,000 indirectly killed. And who is advocating? Are you advocating against it? Everybody is quiet. Caucasians are doing that crime. 250,000 people killed this last year by Caucasians, and Caucasians are supporting it in our faces. Please, let's not bring this into a color issue right here.
Yeah, very evil people everywhere. We really need something to be done about Boko Haram by our people.
And we are doing a lot of work. We've done a lot of work. People like me have done a lot of work. I have an NGO ends that operated, and we gave civilian JTF instruments to use to fight Boko Haram. We've done a lot of work in that area. So please do not only look at the Caucasians because they have the loudest mouths and the most money, and they only use 1% of their donations for the charity work that they do, and they use that charity work to steal and kill and implant terror in our societies. Do not give them praise, please.
Right, and we want the a certain consciousness in our African men that they don't commit this type of harm against their own. You see, there should be something within your mind that instinctively tells you, all these daughters are my daughters too. I'm not going to do this. If it had been Caucasians kidnapping them, I would say, well, they are evil. We've seen this many times in history. But it's hurtful that it is our own people doing this. We need to raise a certain level of consciousness where, the other people's daughters are my daughters too. There's a certain dignity, regardless of your religious beliefs. There's a certain dignity for every single African. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Marie. I really appreciate you joining us today and your comments. And you brought an angle that I don't think we emphasize a lot, which is that what happened to those kids, and how much we have. I know some people did things, but to think that it's okay that a country just moved on.
Okay,
all right.
So I'll give my space to another person who's backstage.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Murray. All right, I think the next person, I'm not sure, I lost the sequence, but I think Okeja, you should be next. Well, let half of Turkey to respond. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I'd really appreciate it. I wish she stayed on, because the topic wasn't Boko Haram. I don't know. I don't understand where we were going with that. If it was a situation where she was trying to say, hey, because of their faith or their professed faith, what I would have loved to reiterate to her was, they didn't go there with the intention of snatching someone of a different faith, of maybe Christians as opposed to fellow Muslims. In fact, most of the abductees were Muslims. But that aside, I think this is where Dr. Perry, I think you you probably filled your Ferrari with diesel today, because you really going below par today. Just my humble opinion. And this is where I think you should assuage the feelings and the fears of people that are not of your faith. Meaning, instead of going towards the route that she wanted, which was, they're chopping off arms, they're chopping off legs, you should have let her know the aim, at least the aim that they have, the Islamic community has told the world in Nigeria, is that they do not intend to carry out criminal prosecutions. And you should have also emphasized, and this is what I'm trying to do, that in fact in southwestern Nigeria, Sharia law has been in effect. I made this pronouncement earlier, for almost 300 years, maybe a little over, at least since the end of the 19th century. Not all over Western Nigeria, but in certain actually influential parts of that region of the country. So the issue of arms getting chopped off, or legs getting chopped off, or in fact, any kind of criminal prosecution going on will be non-existent, because what they are trying to do and what they've done for centuries has only bordered on civil matters. Inheritance, for example, like the Nikai Rahman talked about, divorce, property allocations, things of that nature. Maybe civil disputes. You owe me, I owe you, you have to pay me back within this time, things like that. But if you keep falling into the trope of, they say they want to chop off arms, and you say, well, we're going to chop off the arms of politicians. Of course, people are going to get scared. Why? Because anybody with even an atom of common sense, and of course, I'm not referring to you, I'm saying anybody knowing that Nigeria has, even without an understanding of how Sharia law works, they know that Nigeria is not in a position to carry out the strictness that they think Sharia is all about. Nigeria is not even in a position to carry out the elements of secular criminal prosecution, talk less of a stricter model in Sharia. So I think you should avoid those kind of topics and let them know what it is, what it has always been, and what it is supposed to be. And that was what I wish this lady was on there so I could tell her, like, you are going off track. This is not what it is. It's not about cutting off arms, and this is not about Boko Haram, and this is not about girls being abducted. This is about implementation of Sharia civil law in southwestern Nigerian society.
All right.
Rudolf.
Yeah, Dr. Dominic, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Dr. Perry and Rahman. Before I go into what I wanted to say, I'm going to wait my turn, but I just wanted you guys to make a clarification because it helps me understand sort of the issue and hopefully helps everyone else. What we're talking about in terms of Sharia law, are we talking about the those who want Sharia law? What is the issue exactly? Is it that they want the people to arbitrate laws that affect them to be those that ascribe to Sharia law? Or is it that the current constitutional law or secular law does not cover tenets that the Sharia law has? So, for example, if you were to bring, say, 90% of the Sharia law into and make them, and put them into and make those provisions available in the constitutional law, would that be comfortable for them? Does my question make sense?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Dominic. I will get to that when at Okija. When you're answering Okija's question, maybe you can explain that. Okija, go ahead. We can't hear you, Okija. They have this sophisticated thing on their ears, and it doesn't work, and they are all tech people. I don't know. It's only when they come here, it doesn't work.
You know what happened? All this Christmas, he's been out doing his masquerade.
So, Okija, we are skipping you for now until you figure out what's going on with your set.
I can't even see your face. So
let's go to CM. After CM, I think.
Okay, thank you, Rudolf. Thank you, Rudolf. Actually, in the next 29 minutes or 30, I will be saying Happy New Year. But before then, I will say good evening, everybody. Actually, I'm late to today's party. I'm late to this discussion. But what I saw from the flyers you sent, what I saw there was, who is afraid of Sharia court in the Southwest? That was the question. I am afraid. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not from the Southwest. But I am afraid. And these are my reasons. I know my system is it's not coming out clearly. And these are my reasons. You see, we've had Sharia law in the Sharia belt of the North, the 12 states that are the Sharia belt in northern Nigeria. We've seen how it operates in practice over there. Now, we already know that the 6 terror groups that have taken root in Nigeria majorly operate in the Sharia belt. By implication, if we introduce Sharia law to Yoruba land, a people we've known that have lived for hundreds of years in religious harmony, of what use will this Sharia law be now that they've not advocated for it for years since? Or is it not a way of moving the terror group from the Sharia belt in the north down to the southwest to go and cause mayhem? I can give 1 or 2 examples. I'm afraid the women in Oyo State, they won't be having it easy because the way they dress, their mode of dressing now will be checkmated. Why? Because it operates like that in the northern part of Nigeria. That's one. Secondly, introducing Sharia. Where are you gonna make the distinction between a Yoruba Christian and a Yoruba Muslim and a non-Yoruba Christian living in the Southwest? Do you people not think, I'm referring to Rahman and Dr. Perry now, don't two of you think that this is like a system that has already been in equilibrium in the Southwest, religious equilibrium? Bringing this Sharia is like trying to, not let it obey the Chatelet's principle in chemistry, whereby the system is in equilibrium. You now introduce something that will disorganize the equilibrium. Is it necessary at all? That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sim.
I think just so we can go to the next question quickly, to respond to you, we've actually discussed all of that. We actually know that Sharia law exists in Yoruba states and has been part of the equilibrium. And the terror in the north and Sharia, they did not connect. The terror has existed, the Sharia, they did not, it's not the one that brought the other. So these things are not connected. It's different conversations. We've had Sharia in Yoruba states, a lot of them for a long time, no problem.
All right.
No. What I want you to explain is, why is the terror taking root in the Sharia belt and not where do not have Sharia? You don't talk of terrorism. What I'm saying that all this is terror. No, they are not. You are not being honest. I will tell you, Boko Haram. If you say there have been Sharia in the north, we know when Boko Haram came in. Lakurawa just came in. We're just hearing about Lakurawa, the latest. Why don't you have it in Cross River?
Because
why don't you have it in Akwa Ibom?
I'll tell you why. Because the reason is because Saudi Arabia.
Even in a,
I'll tell you the reason.
I've not finished. I've not finished. No, so that you get. So please hold on. Edo State has Muslims, but you can't talk of Islam. I mean, ISIS, ISWAP, Boko Haram, or Lakurawa in Edo State.
You don't want the answer. North of Ghana is Muslim. Yoruba land has Muslim. Why do we not have terror? You call something Sharia belt. I don't know what that means, because Sharia is in Yoruba states and in north of Ghana too. The reason why you don't have terror there is because there is a group in Nigeria called IZALA, Izala, Jibiwis. Saudi Arabia spent $99 billion to sponsor terror ideology through this group. And this group exists in Nigeria and also works in Niger. They are the ones that cause all the...
Which area of Nigeria? Which area of Nigeria do they exist? Which area?
Go and Google it.
That is
Izala.
That is the thing.
Izala, sponsored by Saudi Arabia, and they are the ones who cause. Anytime you hear fighting, violence, all these things, they are the ones that were at the root.
Please, can I jump in?
It's not in Muslim northern Ghana. It's not in Yoruba land. You have Sharia based there. It's not there. But these terror groups were sponsored by Saudi money. And when Donald Trump came the last time, he came to dismantle it from Saudi Arabia. And he said, retract the books. It's an operation. And there are many other Muslim countries in Africa that don't have this madness. Nigeria is plagued, and everybody is a victim because you have a peculiar condition that is not even in neighboring countries.
Let me just quickly say, if
you went off the tangent,
if nothing,
if you believe me, Dr. Perry, please.
Gambia doesn't have this kind of Boko Haram. Gambia is Sharia belt. They don't have Boko Haram. Many countries in Africa, Nigeria in particular, you have Saudi billions of dollars operating through Jibuwis Izala, and Buhari, he goes to greet them. They are the people that did this trouble in Nigeria.
Dr. Damini, can you pardon me? Let me just expound. 1 minute.
Go and look at CIA WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks will explain to you how Saudi funded this terror ideology that reached Nigeria. Go and read WikiLeaks, you see. CIA, they know this.
First of all, this was a very disingenuous question. Okay, so, but I'll think I'll answer it, and I think I'll actually do a better job. And if I have to toot my own horn, I'll gladly do it. If you guys want to join me in tooting my horn, I'd really accept it. So, first of all, when you call something a Sharia belt, misnomer, nothing like that exists, okay? Now, if you want to blame Northern Nigeria for the insurgency that happened, let's go with me here, pretend you're in my head, and just see it from my own prism. Let's switch sides, and let's switch southern Nigeria towards the Sahel, and let's bring northern Nigeria towards the Atlantic Ocean, and let's leave the situations and the conditions that led to the proliferation of small arms into that area of Nigeria. Let's leave it in place, okay? So what happened? Libya, there was a change of regime there, led by NATO, led by the United States, which basically, without going into the history of the whole thing, which I would hope the rest of us on here know, led to the insurgency in Nigeria. Now, are these people saying they are Muslims? Nobody's discounting that. But to say, why are there problems there? Well, maybe we have to look at what happened in Libya. Now, aside from that, you want to say there were problems, there are no problems. Why is there no problems in River State, for example? Well, guess what? All this Niger Delta, Tompolo, Asari Dokubo, and the rest of these people, where did they come from? They came from southern Nigeria. So before, again, like I said, before we start pointing fingers and for pointing back at us, we have to be very fair in our assessment. This is why I said this was a very disingenuous and, permit me if I would say, a deceitful question, trying to elicit a certain answer out of Dr. Perry, and which I think, again, Dr. Perry bungled and bottled, because all you should have just said, before you cast aspersions, look in the mirror, and before you point fingers, look at those pointing at you, and it's just as simple as that.
All right, thank you, Half.
Well, okay. No, Rudolph, please, just a second. Let me put things in perspective. One, well, the last speaker had just said a lot of words. In the end, he didn't say anything. It makes no meaning. When you say Sharia belt, sometime during Obasanjo's regime, you had some states in the north declare that they are adopting Sharia as their state religion. That made Nigerians to query, are we not a secular state? You know the belt, and when I say Sharia belt, who really is this? Who really is disingenuous? That I'm acknowledging what happened under Obasanjo's regime, which we all know, or the person who will come here and deny it. Well, there used to be somebody who come here to wear Hamas uniform in those days, but I don't know where he is now. So what I'm saying is this: the Sharia belt of the north, you don't deny it. There's what they call Hizbah police in Kano. The Hizbah will arrest a I don't know who is making noise, please. The Hizbah police in Kano will arrest a regular police. That is the issue. So when you introduce it to your state in the southern Nigeria, are they going to have Sharia police their own? Or are we going to deny that we don't have Hizbah police in Nigeria from a regular police called Hizbah to enforce Sharia law in Kano State?
Like
are we denying it? Excuse me. You see, your problem is that sometimes you say, if I leave you for the 10 hours, you can be making noise. In the end, you won't say anything meaningful. So what I'm saying is that, is there no Hizbah police in Kano that enforces Sharia law? That's what we are saying, because it's not part of this, our own criminal code. That is my fear. That's why I said I have a sense of fear when you introduce it to the Southwest. That's why I started, and that's where I want people to clarify. If will all these things come with it? If you deny the fact that the terrorists are not taking shelter, taking root in the state where you have Sharia as their state religion, won't those terrorists come down to your state? That's what we are trying to say, and they take effect and they start to enforce Sharia law. If really Sharia law has been in your state since, why now? Why not allow it to operate the way it's been operating? Since he gave religious money, why do they now want to launch and bring it? Since according to Dr. Perry, it's been there for, hey, they leave it the way it is. So why now? Why are you bringing it up now? As if you are giving it a new lease of life. That's what I'm saying. And some people will be talking of who is disingenuous and who is not disingenuous. I have no wish to see a final man. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me go back to, I will ask Dr. Perry and Rahman to hold on in responding to CM follow-up. Let's go to Okija and see if he can hear us so that we can add it to the conversation.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, good evening all, and thank you, Dr. Rahman and Dr. Perry, for coming to join us. Dr. Rahman, I think you are having
Sorry, I don't be doctor. You see, when this thing started,
because you came here today on this discussion. So now you're a doctor. You're a doctor on.
When Rudolf sent me the flyer, and I saw Dr. Perry, I'll be like, oh my God, now this doctor has the face. So I call him. I say, put Prince from Oyot in my own, so that I can match that at least a little bit. So I'll not be doctor.
All right. Akita, there's noise where you
okay.
are. Okay.
Dr. Perry, I think you are having a end of the year fatigue, just like half of Turkey, it's in Europe, said you are having a lot of fatigue. The Dr. Antoinette, she asked you if anything deficient in Nigerian law that Sharia was trying to remedy. You went on talking about all the things that are in the Sharia law already. In Nigeria, we have Nigerian judicial system is structured to have the customary court and the Sharia court. These courts, they address personal matters like divorce, inheritance, marriage, all those things, all those personal matters. They're already there in Nigerian law for Christians and traditionalists. It's taken care of by the customary law. That's why we have customary courts in Eastern Nigeria a lot. A lot of so many places in southern Nigeria. When
it's not Christian, don't mix it up.
In the western Nigeria and in northern Nigeria, you have Sharia law, operating. So they take matters there, include inheritance, all those, like marriage issues. Muslims, they don't go to the main court, the Nigerian secular court for marriage matters. They go to their court. So it's been there already. So I'm not sure what you've been trying to remedy. And like you give us so many things. You are wrong in so many things. Respectfully, like I'm so much respect. First of all, you talk about Utah. Utah doesn't have a polygamy law. Utah's law is against polygamy. What they did, I think in 2000 and something or so, they decriminalized it and make it I think a misdemeanor or whatever. But then they repealed it in 2012 or something like that. So it's still a criminal case. You can't marry more than one wife in Utah. So I don't know what you are so much talking about so many things. Okay, and you talked about UAE and Dubai and all these countries. They are just dictatorship. They are not democracy. Now I don't know why you should be bringing them into the argument. And these dictatorships, they've been able to relax the law so that they accommodate foreigners to come into their country, and they imported a lot of things that are anti-Sharia into their country. So it has made the country to develop. Because now you go and see boxing. I don't know if Afghanistan, the Taliban in Afghanistan, we approve a boxing match. But you have it, Saudi Arabia, you have it in UAE, soccer, you playing soccer, they're playing football. I mean, what kind of, immoral act, they are doing in Saudi Arabia and other countries. So I don't know, so you are, misplacing things. Also, I think from this argument, what I understand is that, you, Dr. Perry, your argument is that, you're thinking that, the secular law, they are Western law, and we should, abolish them or, somehow tamper them with, Islamic law, the Sharia law. And Rahman, what he's saying is that, instead of, doing that, we should go back to our own, laws, our own original laws, Yoruba laws, Igbo laws. That's the argument. But again, if this is the argument, it's Islamic law, not another white man's law. Is it not coming from, maybe in the Middle East? Is it original to us? Is it not something imported, just like we imported the Western laws?
All right. Thank you, Okija. We have our guests and they have to go. I think from my agreement with them. So we ask anybody else we call on to quickly say their question. Dr. Perry, respond to that, and then Rahman, and then we go to, I think Janaba is next. No, forefathers.
No, I came before forefathers.
Oh, Dominic. All right.
Everybody just forgets me. And also, while you're asking Okeja's question, answer my question about clarifying whether the issue is who arbitrates the Sharia law, or whether if you have some tenets of the Sharia law within the ambit of the constitutional law, if that's enough. Because I think it's not quite clear what is being argued here. That's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of.
Again, since the beginning of this show, there's something very, very simple and basic that I have been saying. I'm saying Nigeria permits the freedom of worship and freedom of application of, as he has added, customary laws, Sharia law. We have a right to Sharia law for ourselves. I've said this over and over and over. Muslims have a right to, if Christians want, they have a right to get their own law for themselves. So I don't know why it's like everybody's not hearing this simple fact. And it has been in place in Kwara State and a lot of southern states forever. I don't know whether they are part of the Sharia belt. We've had Sharia Courts in Kwara State forever. So I do not know how many times we can repeat this again that people would understand what is happening here. Sharia law has existed as an option. Nigeria's constitution allows that. I don't know, do I have to repeat this in Spanish or French or Yoruba or another language? I don't understand. It allows it. And we've had it. In Yoruba land, in Kwara State, we've had it. And it did not cause Boko Haram in Kwara State. Secondly, Ikan, you were totally wrong about Utah. The point that I'm bringing about from Utah is the fact that America allows different states, just like Nigeria, you can apply the constitution or modify your laws and judges can make rulings as applies. And in Utah, we've had polygamy laws decriminalized. And that's why people go there to marry. And the reason why they do is a religious reason and nothing else. It's because Mormons are many in there. That's why polygamy is decriminalized in Utah. It's because there are Mormons there. America respects religious rights and religious opinions where religious people are. They respect it and give you the permission to do what you want to do. But in Nigeria, you want to force everybody to use a Western system. So now to your question, it's a Western system. It's a polluted Western system, and I don't trust it. And I don't want it. So Dr. Dominic, we need our systems, and people should be allowed to use the systems that they want. And you cannot, for some of us, you cannot force us to take our own personal matters continuously to the Western courts. We don't want it. But I want to add one thing. The difference from me and half of Turkey is in Europe is I actually want the harsh Sharia. So that's not why I'm not going to shy away from saying what I want. And I've written articles on this. I want them to cut off the hands of Nigeria's elected officials like they cut it in China. I want the harsh one, and I want us to all gather together and say, yes, Sharia law in Zamfara. Zamfara governor stole, cut his hand. That's what I want. Other than Sharia and capitalistic punishment that Sharia has, and not the Western law that allows people get off and rich people get off, there's no solution to Nigeria's criminality other than capitalistic punishment, which divine laws give. Divine laws protect Nigeria from the rot, societies from the rot that Western world is facing and Africa is facing because of their useless laws that imprison people. What's the use of prisons? Establishments for either torturing people in Africa or for working the multi-corporate companies in America. That's what prison system is. It's an invention of the Westerner, and it's a ridiculous system that makes no sense. We don't need to spend any time putting people in prison. You deal with them immediately. You lash them in public. You cut off their hand and you let them go. Don't incarcerate. Incarceration is the most barbaric system that exists to humanity. It's barbaric.
Look at that.
What does it mean incarcerating someone and cutting him away from sex? He cannot have sex with the opposite sex. He should sit down till he becomes gay in a place with men. Incarceration is the most barbaric thing that humanity ever created. Deal with them one time, kill them one time, cut their hand one time, punish them one time, and let them go. So don't even get it twisted on this topic. We are very far apart on this conversation, very, very far apart. And you guys are following Western mentality, and you think Westernized method is the norm. That's what makes me boost. You think it's the norm. Your forefathers didn't have it. The divine systems of Christianity and Islam are closer to what African traditional methods of dealing with people are. Not this barbaric system that we got from the white man that solves nothing and causes the society to lose their sexuality and their mind. 99% of people who come out of jail, what happens to them? They commit crime and go back in again. because the jails train them to become criminals. That is the system you want. Go and look at Nigerian prisons. That's the system you want for us. So this conversation is far and deep. We don't have time to go in many dimensions. And for capital Sharia applied to everybody.
So it took us 3 hours to get to the meat of 3 hours. So, all right. Hold on. Who is Ekan? I know you're in the dark. I know probably you're somewhere in Africa.
Excuse me. Before we go on, you said
Dr. Dominic.
Hold on. Who is speaking? Is it Ekan?
This is Rahman. Yeah. So
Ekan, first of all, who are you? Where are you coming from? Joining us from? You're the last person.
I'm in America.
Oh, you're in America. Okay, then wait. Let's go to the Dr. Dominic. I will have given you the chance to speak because you're in Africa. But if you're in America, stay there and wait. So let's go to Dominic. Dominic, go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, Ikan, but we just have to follow. There are people who've been waiting.
I believe I have the right. I believe I have the right to speak because Islam and Arab-loving black people is the reason for my enslavement in the West. The reason for black people to be in the West.
All right.
The downfall of Africa.
We'll listen to you. Okay, be patient. I'm just saying, if you are in America, you can be patient enough. Let's listen to Dominic. Let's follow the sequence. Dominic, go ahead.
Hi everyone. It took me a second. I was trying to collect myself because I actually didn't know what Dr. Perry was pushing for till I heard him be quite frank about it. I've heard a lot of things. You know, I've been here for at least an hour plus, and I've heard some things that I don't think are quite true from our panelists. But I'm not here to fact check anyone. I think I'm trying to. Yes, I'm Christian, but I'm trying to have an objective mindset where I'm trying to understand what the issue is. Because my understanding is, you know, if you're in a theocracy where a country or a community or whatever entity is being ruled, you know, by religious leaders from a religious perspective, then it makes sense that naturally, as an extension of its political system or whatever social contract that entity has, be it, you know, in this example, religious social contract, that naturally religious law would apply to that entity. And so if you have a secular state or an entity that's been defined as a secular state, then it only make common sense that the social contract is secular. Whatever law would emanate would be secular. You know, you talked a lot about how the Western laws are not things that you like, but you talk about, you know, Islamic law, which is actually foreign to Africa. You know, that was brought in by the Muslims as they conquered, you know, different kingdoms and different nations. And then you mentioned moral objectivity, but the way you talked about it was a little bit confusing because there can be a sense of moral objectivity, whether or not you have religion, even in very primitive settings or very primitive communities that have no religious name. There's always at some point, naturally, as humans interact, there will tend to be certain unwritten agreements, which no matter what society you go to, whether they're religious or not, whether, you know, it's Muslim, Christian, there's always some level of law that has to do with equality. If you don't want to be killed, don't kill someone else. The golden rule. I know some of you say golden rule emanates from Christianity, but I'm just trying to. I'm trying to divest. No, that Christians defined something that we already thought was natural doesn't mean it actually originates from Christians.
It's from
natural or does not.
Morality is subjective. There's no golden rule. Human beings kill others. In America, wild west, up until 100 years ago, when we used the religions to write the Constitution, anybody with a gun, you shoot the next person, you keep on walking.
But
religious.
But you forget something. The Wild West was actually golden rule, because guess what? Those people have agreed that if I kill you, no one would prosecute me. If you kill, no one will prosecute me. So at the end of the day, whatever society it is, whether religious or not, there's always a sense of like, whatever, you know, you wish not to be done to you, don't do to someone else. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Not right. It's not right. Some men want someone to put something in their behind. So they will put it in your behind. I don't agree. All these things you are saying, there is no rule.
I'm trying to make it
more.
Because if you say do not do unto others what to be done on yourself, it's not a golden rule. Some people like it to be done unto them, so they will now do it to me. So these laws they are saying they are the only laws the world can work on are subjective.
I don't want
to see laws that are from religion. They are not from anywhere else than religion.
I don't want to distract from the main the main argument I want to make. What I wanted to the structure I wanted to set up is this: you have a secular country that has a secular law. If you feel that this secular law does not address personal matters, civil matters, matters of property ownership, settlement of personal disputes, not things that have to do with the general social contracts, then why not you have provisions for customary law and include that some of those tenets of Sharia law within the customary law of whatever state that you have? For example, if you're in Oyo State and the Muslims there are saying that the constitutional law does not address, to a satisfying degree how we settle disputes, personal disputes, and I have examples from my own religion, Muslim, from the Muslim religion, how Sharia law addresses better. So why don't you just make those propositions, have people vote on them, or have
my problem is
advocacy on them, and introduce those?
My problem is we've had this conversation for 3 hours on the same thing. Why do you have a problem with me saying Islam is my custom? Your custom is Olubala. It's your custom. Islam is my customary law. I want it for myself and my family. Why is it your problem?
But the way you've expressed your argument, you've not expressed it.
I've been expressing it like this since the beginning. For us, only us.
If you didn't.
It's our custom.
You didn't do a good job because
I don't know. They said I can't speak well. My Ferrari, there's no gas in my Ferrari.
It's
for us, our custom, not for you.
If you started this argument and said it makes sense in a country like Nigeria that's pluralistic to have constitutional law and customary law, and within each region that you go to, if there are Muslims who have Sharia law, which is part of their religious and also cultural law, you can have those tenets introduced into the customary law of that particular region. If you have made your argument like that, a lot of us would have understood what you meant.
I don't use the word customary, but I'll tell you, when we started, I said, if you are Buddhist, have Buddhist law for yourself. If you are Christian, have Christian law for yourself. I said, if you are traditional, it's your business.
You made it from
why is it other people's business?
You know why? You made it from an angle of a religious law. That's why a lot of people were taken aback. But if you make it from the argument of a customary law, you can always expand on a customary law of a particular state. Customary laws are not meant to be uniform across a particular nation or entity. That's why there's a constitutional law to guide everything and have uniformity. But you have customary law within each region. And if your region happens to be predominantly Muslims, and certain Muslims there want to ascribe a Sharia law, why don't you expand the customary laws in those places to have some tenets of those Sharia law instead of making a blanket thing of let's have
you're forcing it. You do not have to put Sharia inside the customary. You can have Sharia as a branch of the customary. It is an example. Sharia is an example of a customary. You can't embed it inside.
All right, let me just announce.
But at least I'm happy that you understand the point, the sense I was trying to get to when it comes to that section.
Yes.
Okay, we have to round up this conversation somehow. I just want to wish people that join the 2025 Happy New Year.
I need to respond because it seems like the last time you came to me was 2005.
2004. All right. You will, but just before you go, you and the dancer will speak, and then forefathers. Hold on. Let me just point out that someone wanted you guys to address this question. Can you change what you believe during a Sharia decision? For example, a Muslim man decides to switch. Let me put it up here. A Muslim man decides to switch to a Ishe after
during court.
After taking Imam's wife. You guys may be able to answer that. I don't know what that means.
If you don't mind, I'll answer it in 2 seconds. The first thing I want to say is a correction. Sharia law does not prohibit leaving the religion. So anywhere where you've heard it, because we mentioned it earlier, I forgot to answer Saudi Arabia, wherever else. Anywhere where you've heard compulsion in religion, those people are violating Sharia law. There is no compulsion in religion. That's the Quran. Quran trumps anything else. If you want to leave Islam tomorrow, it's your own bloody business. So anywhere where
that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
No book, you can give me any verse in the Quran that says that there is compulsion in religion, you cannot leave it. Show me the verse in the Quran.
Yeah, could I answer, Rudolf, can I answer that?
No, hold on.
Go ahead.
You can't do this. You know.
You're just speaking of.
Let's have
Go ahead, show it, prove it. There's no verse.
Okay.
There's no compulsion in religion. Anybody, any Sharia courts that enforce that you cannot leave the religion are violating Sharia.
All right. Thank you.
The head of the Sharia.
Thank you.
Dr. Perry, I just had a realization. I permit Rudolf. One thing I noticed, and I think a lot of people don't take this into account, is I think a lot of us who are Christians, we in our mind, we're able to philosophically divest our secular life from our religious life. But quote me if I'm wrong, I think sometimes what I've noticed, Muslims sometimes cannot, not that they don't have the ability to, they do not wish to divest their religious life from their cultural life or from their,
we can't. A true Muslim cannot. It's our culture.
For us, we understand in the rest of Sharia law from the sense of why can't you divest your religion from your culture? But for a Muslim, it's like they're one and the same to me. So why should anyone argue about Sharia law being my customary law and think of it more as a religious thing?
Always remember this: Islam is known as a way of life. It is not. You can't break the rules. You can't come.
Rudolf, this guy has spoken like 4 times, 5 times. I haven't spoken.
When you know the meaning of lakum dinukum waliya din, then you'll be able to speak. So you can't, Dr. Dominic, you can't change, you can't extract, you can't remove. It is sacrosanct. It is the way it is. It talks about everything about your life. The thing is, a lot of people do not have an understanding of Islam, and this is the truth. Even as we're speaking, there are guidelines how you interact with people. If you understand, like the hadith, as you took that drink, there are guidelines of what you had to do before you took that drink and after you took that drink. I'm being serious. It is a way of life. It guides you. Think of any aspect of your life. Intercourse with your wife, interacting with strangers. Before you leave the home, what you say. When you're coming back in the home, what you say. When you come in and you interact with one or more people, before you have disagreements, things of that nature. So always think of it like this. It is a way of life and not a religion in the Western sense of seeing the faith.
All right. Thank you, half of Turkey. Let me just say this. The reason why I set up this conversation today is to have people who are Muslims, who have experience, to give us their take. It's not for us to do the normal people weighing in what they think. And we do that all the time. So, but somehow people don't even want to even listen to them. And there are people, Pansat, there are people here who are yet to say one thing. You've been here before. You still want to talk over them. We've not gotten to them. So I don't understand. I'm trying to be fair to everybody. All right, so let's go to Rahman, and then forefathers we went.
Oh, thank you for being fair to me, respecting my human rights. See, it's been interesting, and I think the way everyone is. It's time that we don't have, but a lot of people have been putting up good ideas, and I really appreciate Dr. Mary earlier on. What Dr. Mary had said. It's a very important thing that we have to be able to expand our consciousness to see ourselves beyond all the divisions that we carry around. I think that's the way we can live together. You see, Dr. Perry. I can sympathize with you, and please forgive me for saying this. I've been figuring out the best way to say it. I don't know, but honestly, you sound exactly like me in 1990. When the debate of Sharia started for Zamfara. I was in Nigeria at the time, and yes, I made all those arguments that you're making, and it made sense to me. But the moment you start to open up and look at yourself, my argument that I'm trying to put up here is not political argument. It is philosophical. It is the idea that we need to examine all the principles, ideas that we're taking from different places and be able to form our own. First, you attack Western education and the idea of Western education to attack it, and I do that too. But the truth is actually that when you look at all of these things, as I think somebody said earlier, which was a great point, that the fact that something was written in some way and we started using it from the West doesn't mean that it was originally a Western idea. All these things are human ideas. They can start putting it together. And I have seen people across Africa, especially political leaders, using this excuse, the grievances that we have with the West, which are genuine grievances, to take cover in abusing their people. The human rights of their people. When they talk about human rights, they say, oh, don't bring your human rights issue to me. No, every individual, we have to respect the human rights of every individual in Africa if we are going to move forward. We can't say because the white people form organizations about human rights, then we have to push it's Western colonialism. No, my brothers, everyone that I'm looking at, right this, we are all human beings that we have to respect each other. So please, let's look at this thing critically, philosophically. There is no, look at all the philosophers. There is no idea that you will see from them that you will not find in Africa. The only difference was just that the way things have been done in Africa before was different from the new codified way that they brought from Africa. I mean, from Europe. And that is the problem we are facing. Because what I'm telling you right now is that in all of these things, there are no differences in the aims, what we are trying to achieve. It's to be able to have human beings to lead a good life so that we can be able to respect one another, love each other, everybody can raise their families. You know, all of these things, these are the ways that we can be able to understand. But if you are taking the context where some things started, right now, we are historical accidents that is happening and happening again in our land. Like I've said, if you go back into history, see the way the movement of people and the movement of ideas, you'll be able to understand where we are. Everything that we're talking about, including all the issues of the Sharia, every tenet of things you have in the Sharia, they have historical background that you can trace, and you'll be able to understand. And when you see that nothing is coming from heaven that we can't find in all of these things they are saying. When they say, okay, God says, do not kill. I mean, it makes sense to every one of us that why should I wake up in the morning and say I want to kill you? You know, so all of these things, I think it's about philosophical approach for us to examine all of these things and be able to see what makes sense for us to live. Because all the things that you see in Western philosophy and many of the things that you can note, even in Islamic civilization, you have them in Yoruba culture. Which was why when the white people came and they just labeled English names on everything, democracy, this and that, it confused all of us. And just a few of us who went to Europe to go and study and came back, they are now using that colonial mentality to push everybody around and disrupted things. That's why we are where we are today.
All right. Thank you, Rahman. Let me point out that I'm willing to have to moderate a debate between Pansat and half of Europe. Half of Turkey is in Europe. So, Pansat, we've given you this option before to have a conversation with some of the people that you think you have a lot of things to say to them. But when we have a panel like this, we want to make sure that other people will have opportunity to weigh in, not just one person. All right.
When I've slept well, maybe you can put me to argue with Dr. Perry.
All right, we can do that too. Forefathers, you're next.
May I for 1 second, Rudolf, with your
no, hold on for Pansat again. We've done 3 hours. Our guests agreed to do 1 hour debates. So anytime any of the guests you want to leave, let me know. We can say bye to you. But let's go to Forefathers. Pansat, just hold on.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Rudolf. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel. Greetings to the chat, and special greetings to the guests. Sorry, Dr. Perry, and I've missed your name. It's missing because of this stuff. So, it's not fair. Let me make sure I do that just to be. Dr. Rahman, thank you for joining us. Okay, I don't even know where to start. Let me just start from divine laws. Divine laws 1 is not subject to amendment. In other words, it can react to changes and it can update itself based on increase in knowledge, which stymies a society. You wonder why the Islamic world is suffering today. And the only time they started moving on is when they started embracing some of the ideas of the Western society. And secondly, the idea that is culture is you are against Western ideas and you're embracing Middle Eastern one. I don't get it. I would have thought you would want to embrace your ancestors' religion, your forefathers, the people that were buried by those same religions that you are embracing right now. And we are right now, as you speak, in Sudan. There are black people like you that are being attacked and killed because they are not Muslims. They are not Arabs, but they are Muslims. Do you understand that? They are Muslims, but because they are not Arabs, they are being killed. So what you are believing in, you don't truly understand the nature of the beast. It's not only about religion. It will erode your culture and it will come and erode your race. Basically race you. And it has happened in North Africa. It's moving down south. And we pretend not to see it. It's happening right now. Go and investigate what is going on in Sudan. So I don't subscribe to your position, Perry, Dr. Perry. And if you look at Nigeria, the shape that Sharia law has taken is more damaging or more direct because they are quite expansive. They want to expand. They assume that you have to have criminal judgments in there. You can have it. I know you said other religions can do the same, but why do you need to do that? Like everybody has said, you could easily do that in any other with the so-called secular rules. There is no need to go into Sharia except you have an agenda to expand. And I see we can pretend as if we don't understand what is going on. Islam is an expansive religion. They want to expand all the time. Let's not pretend that is not what is happening. There is a reason why no nation has turned from Islam to Christianity, but it's always the other way around. And what is so sad about it when I watch it is that we play these games, we forget that in the end, our people are in the middle of all this, suffering the consequences of all these arguments because of something you just got in your head. And if you look at what Islam does, it doesn't only erase the religion that it meets, it erases the chieftaincy titles and everything. It removes everything that is underneath. It tries to take everything that you are. And after it does that, it hollows it out. If he has the opportunity, he erases you too and replaces you with Arabs. You are conceding a significant soft power by doing what you are doing right now. You think you are protecting your people, but you are not. Our people have been doing this forever, and it hasn't gotten us anywhere. The moment Islam arrived on this to us, and the Christians arrived, we've been going down. All the so-called Islamic empires, none of them even outlasted even the Benin Empire. They don't last. They are all there waiting for us to be taken advantage of, and they destroy us. And guess who destroyed the Songhai Empire? Was it not the Moroccan Empire that destroyed it? Are they not Muslims? Did they not know that, oh, yeah, my Muslim brother, I don't have to do that? No, because there's something more. The survival of your people is in your hands. Your forefathers left it for you, and you are selling it to other people. Personally, I don't subscribe to that. I even subscribe more to the Western way of doing things, because what they decided to do is that they came here, gave us Christianity like Tukumbo vehicle, while they move more to empirical method of doing things. They go by evidence, go by what works, and actually enforces those rules. If whatever they are doing in Utah or any other state is causing problem for the center, they'll get rid of it. But do you have that in Islam? Can you change it? You take on an ideology that will imperil the survival of your people and think that that is the way to go. The Islamic world, they are moving away from it. They are beginning to discover that they are falling behind the rest of the world. Look at what is going on in Dubai and everywhere. They are moving away from it because they realize that, okay, If we carry on like this, we are going to fall far too far behind that the others will even take over everything that is left. What we need to do is try to leapfrog them, because we are so far behind. The fact that you are a doctor here still espousing these rules that even the Arab world is rejecting shows you how far behind we are. How do we survive this world? Because there are consequences to all these things. All these conversations you're having now, what does it lead to? You have the ability for your people to endure, prosper. That is the whole point. And if you are doing it in such a way that it doesn't support that, then you have to ask yourself, maybe you should rethink what you are doing and rearrange it. Because I worry that this division in Nigeria is going to imperil us again. They're going to use it against us to divide us and conquer us again and put us, which will defeat the primary objective, which is survival. You have to remember that these are your brothers. I think the doctor, Mary, came here. What she said, he tried to link it that these are your children, your sisters that you are kidnapping, all in the name of religion and doing all these things. You forget that these are your people. Because of religion, you turn on them. We have been here for thousands of years, but somehow, because we've just implanted something in our head, we now believe that we are different people. And what are we doing? We are doing the job of our enemies. All of them. How many of them are fighting for you? You think the Arab world will fight for you? The Igbo man will fight. They will fight for themselves, and that's what they are supposed to do. Your job is to fight for your people here. Your job is to fight for our people to survive. That is the point of being a man and a grown-up human being. And I will ask you this. That's how I will leave it. How do you get this religion that you are supporting right now? How do you have it so that it will work in such a way that it doesn't leave us vulnerable? It doesn't leave us to a point where we will start fighting with each other. If you cannot answer that, then maybe you should think your way of looking at this, because eventually it will come to that, because they are expansive and they don't have any apologies for it. Thank you.
All right, forefathers. This is new forefathers, new 2025 forefathers.
I know, and he was quiet the entire time.
Yeah. All right, so let me hear from Dr. Perry and Rahman, who are our guests, and then we move on to.
So let me try to start from the beginning. The first line from forefathers that I believe was uninformed is my perchance for my love for my divine laws. My perchance for my love for my divine laws. And I can probably show you Sharia laws are the main ones that people know or that apply. It's handful. It's not all this, it's not so many. They are the exact laws that you find in Kemet, in ancient Egypt, where my forefathers are from. So Islam only brought back to me the laws of my forefathers. And this is what you are not aware of, or you claim not to be aware of. There's nothing foreign about what Islam gave us. Thou shalt not kill is not, as I explained, it's not an objective law. There is no problem with killing. If there's no Islamic law, and people say, Rahman always says it, oh, these are laws people know, it's a lie. If you told me tomorrow, law has been taken away of me to kill, I will kill the next man and collect his money. The only reason why we are not killing is because of these laws, which were given to us, subjective, from Kemet. God gave them in Kemet. My forefathers used these same laws. And go and look at the laws that we have, the commandments that came to Moses. Go and look at them in ancient Egypt. These are the laws of my forefathers. You are trying to go away from the laws of your forefathers.
Why don't you follow it? Why do you go through Islam?
That's what I follow.
Why do you go through Islam?
Show me which law I'm following in Islam that's not a law of my forefathers.
You have to face Mecca. Why are you not facing your own homeland?
That's not the laws. You see what I'm saying?
Oh,
this is people are speaking.
Excuse me. This thing
Dr.
that
Damages, people on this panel, most
okay?
people on this panel have come out and they are spewing hate.
You are following another man's religion. You say it's your forefather's religion. Why are you not going through your own forefathers?
We're talking about Sharia law. We are not discussing Islam.
Dr. Perry.
Talk about Sudan. Talk about this. We are not here talking about Islam.
Dr. Perry. Cain killed Abel.
You spoke a lot.
Cain killed
He's
Abel.
speaking about expansion.
These people were closer to
Sharia law.
God.
We are talking about the law here. You guys are speaking about everything about Islam that you have ever heard of or dreamt of. Sudan, Boko Haram. What's my business with that?
Dr. Perry.
The Sharia law.
Cain killed Abel.
Let's keep it simple.
Didn't God give them the law not to kill?
You cannot
only when God gives the divine law.
Rahman,
right?
I challenged you to tell me
what
law stops you from sleeping with your mother, how the intelligence tells the chickens and goats sleep with their parents. These are laws that are subjective, taught to us from God. Otherwise, human beings will kill the next person, eat the next person as they do in South Nigeria, and sleep with their family.
If someone has to wait for God to tell him not to
prove
sleep,
me wrong. Show me the evidence against sleeping with your mother. Prove me wrong.
Wait for God to tell you not to sleep with your mother. That is that person has a problem.
Outside of the Quran, show me the evidence against sleeping with your mother. Give me any empirical evidence.
You keep making references to the United States. If the United States wanted to use the Bible, those guys will just return to the Bible completely.
With anybody.
I mean, why didn't they just use the Bible and use the Bible as their
Rudolf, you have to have order now.
They couldn't use. They didn't use the Bible as their constitution.
They used it to build the Constitution of America.
They wrote. They took
it from the Bible, Quran,
listen, they took wisdom from the Bible. They took wisdom from the Quran. They took wisdom from Eastern traditions that many of them studied. And that's how they came up with that, because they knew that all of these things were composed by human beings and they could make it better. And that's why they created a situation where you can make it better. Look at what happened during after the slavery. The civil rights movement in America was able to fight and get the freedom for Black people within that same system.
You speak Turanchi. You cannot give any empirical example or system. You just say philosophy. You cannot give any answer to a single question. You cannot tell me the law of sleeping with mother or not. You cannot tell me the source other than the Bible. You can't give me any source.
Thank you, everybody.
We have to fact check Dr. Perry real quick. Dr. Perry, the American law is based on English common law, while the continental European law is based on America's constitution is built by the founding fathers based on the Quran, Bhagavad Gita. I'll give you an example. May have some death is released after 7 years. That's from the Bible. That's from the Torah.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on.
And even British common law is based on the Bible.
But British common law is based on the Bible, though.
Hold on, everybody. And it's been more than 3 hours. My guests have not taken a break, even to go and use the bathroom, unlike some people who do not need it. We are going to take a break. Once we come back, we'll continue this conversation. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate how we are doing. People are respecting each other. Thank you. All right. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for staying with us. Happy New Year to those in parts of the world where they are in the new year. We appreciate you coming into the new year with us, and we are having an interesting conversation with Dr. Perry Issa Brimah, who is a medical doctor, a professor in a college here, and aspiring Islamic scholar, and we have Rahman Oladigbolu, who is a filmmaker and a prince of Oyo, where there is a push to have the Sharia Courts in place in Oyo State. All right, and those who are in the studio with us, forefathers Dominic, half of Turkey, John Abba, Ehime, Emin, Pansat, and CM. The next person we are going to go to, I think, is John Abba. If I'm wrong, correct me. I think it's John Abba. Our guests, they are still taking extended leave. So maybe at this point, let's hear John Abba. If you have a question, we may skip you and go to someone who just wants to make a comment, like Pansat.
No, let me make a comment and leave. I don't want to be here for that long again. When it comes to minority, you are talking, you don't respect minority.
No, I'm trying to make
you
it.
You have to respect the minority here. You
All
cannot
right.
be silencing people like me all the time.
All right, John Abba, speak. All right. I'm just trying to make it nice for you so that you.
Yeah, no, you
Because the
always
guests are
cut
not
me.
here for now. Yeah, go
That's
ahead.
okay. I can make my comment. I don't have to be here.
Okay.
Mostly our comment is today. Thank you, Dr. Rudy, for having me. Your glasses is always look good on you. Dr. Dominic, forefather put on the wig of forefathers today. So yeah, thank you to meet all of you. Half of Turkey in SCM and everybody, Pansat. Now, I think I enjoyed the conversation so far. I started with you from the very beginning, so I don't think I miss any of their conversation so far. What is interesting to me is the fear of a black man not to go back to their origin. And that is a concern. There is a say that if you are meant to go to the north and you take a route that is going to the south, it doesn't matter how far you go, you will never get to that destination if it is not that the journey meant for. In their conversation, all of them implies that they both religion are foreign religion, but our own ancient religion also have the element of all this religion in it. What has happened when the Christianity comes to the let me say the south part of Nigeria, was to shame our forefathers for having idol, and they tell them that they are worshiping something less than themselves. And from that time, what they do is become a stigma if if you are an idol worshiper, even though you don't steal, you don't fornicate, you don't commit adultery, you don't do none of those things. And even if it is done, there is a system in place similar to that culture that you will be whole accountable. That will find out the very person that stole the item or any outrageous thing or crime being committed in the community. They have their own way. Now, in 24th century, I think we could have improved in it to make it our own way. But it's still going on today among us that when somebody say, I'm a traditionalist or I don't believe in Bible or Quran, and even so many people don't do it right now, but they don't want to say it because they are afraid of what the society will tell them to be. In our community right now, I'll give you as I conclude because I don't like too much talk. My my grandfather was over 120 before he passed away. He couldn't tell about his exact age. They used something, whatever happened during his birth, to just come up with something closer to it. So when they brought Christianity to him, he rejected it, saying that it's when Christianity came to our community that the children have become wayward, things are missing, and all kind of crime have come to the community, and there is no reason for him to embrace something like that. And he died not as a Christian, and he warned the children never to bury him as a Christian, rather as his forefathers, the way they were buried. Now, the point I'm trying to make is that now, because of the influence and confusion of the youth and this crisis, identity crisis in religion, and even people have to be in Nigeria want to speak more of English, of American, and all of that, they have gone back and introduced what is called a kwanya and what we call a kwanyiro, the god, the goddess, and the god. And now society is becoming more norm than it was many years back, and people are going about their business because the crime, all sort of crime started coming, and people started going out to bring other people to come and steal with them. There's one popular one that happened about 7 people that stole the transformer to the community. They were warned to return it, and they told the community to talk to their children, that whosoever know who did it, that if they do not return it in 7 days, they'll face the wrath of the gods of the land. And those children think, and anybody that was involved thought they were joking. One of them was in the NDA, and his father was a very permanent printer, very known in Makurdi town. They all died. The father was part of it. He bought it actually, and they all died. And you cannot take away from what people believe that work for them. Whatever any religion, whatever you experience, it's very hard. So for me to see Black people here today, our arguments is based on Western religion or Islam or Sharia. I mean, Sharia always there. In Idoma culture originally, it is almost like a taboo to call a police for any Idoma man without going through a proper channel, and the elder allow you to do that. And it still holds it today. It is only in America here, and it was done by a Calabama in our community who was married to a Idoma woman, who, when we are having a family dispute, and he took the person in consign, it's an Igbo lady that was acting, the mother is from Idoma, and that have created a tension between the Idoma, even back home, that the chair of Idoma land is involved, because that is how our culture works. You don't just take anybody to court. We settle things. We have a different way of introducing it and penalty for it. So all of this, are we not going to find a common ground? How we get things done instead of fighting ourselves based on religious base? All of that, religion is a good thing, just what you can wrap your mind around. But I think they should, what I heard from doctor and the other young man, is that we can't go back. Yes, we can go back. I think one of them say yes, we can, and one say no. There's no reason why we cannot embrace knowledge. No knowledge is wasted. Whether it's a Western knowledge, whether you go to China and learn their culture, it's all add to your value. There's nothing wrong, but you cannot abandon your own culture and your own value. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. And I see that 2 of our guests are here. There's no particular question in your comments, so thank you. Let's, I think the next person we need to go to is, who's next? Can you help me, you guys? Ehime.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
Yeah.
And greetings to the panelists, the audience, and our guests. Thanks for the time. We appreciate you. On this issue, I am quite bothered, sincerely speaking, because I think Nigeria is a secular state, my opinion, and it should remain like that. And if Nigeria is a secular state, I think there's a law that governs everybody, and that shouldn't be negotiated for anything. We should keep it that way. However, if we have beliefs that perhaps contradict the system, then make it personal and not legislate on it, legalize on it, and make it legal for everybody or for people, for interested parties. Now, said, because these have led me to a lot of questions. Number one question here is that for those who believe in these laws, you say this law is pristine, it is holy and has no faults. Are the northern states, have they violated these laws? The northern states that are practicing these laws, can we point if they violated it, or are you satisfied with the way it has been practiced in the north? That is my first question. Then the second would be, at what point, because I know now you want to advocate that it should come towards the south, at what point will you even start advocating that the capital punishments be made and seen for, especially for the rulers, for the leaders, that we can see that truly even the average man there can really say, no, this law is general, and if you go against it, you'll be punished. Not that maybe when you are rich, the law is not for you, and when you are poor, that is when they visit you. Because we've seen issues like that. We have seen the way politicians spend monies there, utilize, embezzle the funds of the people, and these laws don't have anything to say against them.
Let us say I'm satisfied with how Sharia is practiced in the north. For argument purposes, I'm totally satisfied. Can you tell me 5 things that you saw wrong with Sharia law practiced in the north? Because if it's up to 5, then we can complain that it's bad.
Yeah.
So can you list 5 for me?
I don't need to know.
Can you list 3 for me that make you not satisfied?
I get your point, doctor. Just listen to me. I don't need to know the intents of the laws, but looking at those practicing it and looking at the lives that they are living,
We're talking about the law. Then this is the problem.
Wait,
Dr.
Damages,
you need to keep this conversation.
You see,
One
you have
second.
to relax and let
The moderator needs to keep this conversation from a religious bashing conversation. Stop talking about the people. Talk about the law. Everybody comes and starts talking about some things that Muslims
bring
do.
something to me.
We are talking about Sharia law. Why are you asking about the people?
Those who have used the law.
Those who have used it. The law, not the people. You cannot bash Muslims on this session.
What
Don't
is your
talk about the people. Talk about the law. We are talking about the law, not Muslims.
This is one of the reasons why I can't appreciate the law.
Everybody has come here and has been bashing the people.
Even people like you can't tolerate other
Tell me your problem with the law.
You can even see. I am telling you my problem, but you are telling me not to tell you what my problem is. With the law. You are trying to tell me what I should tell you about the problem.
Because we are talking about the law. Listen? Look at the topic. The topic is the law. Tell me your problem with Sharia law in northern Nigeria. Does the
law live itself, or people practice the law?
We are talking about the law, not the people. The law. If you have a problem with the people, then we will talk about the people. We are talking about the law.
Because those are
the law.
That is the mirror we use to say the law.
No, it's the law. If the people are not applying it well, then you say they are not applying it well. We are talking about the law. And even the people who applied it, tell me what error you had in Sharia.
Anyway, Dr. Damages, I think your guest doesn't want me to say anything again. I submit. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Because we need to stop Muslim bashing. We are talking Sharia law. Anybody who wants to bash Islam should get off the panel.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I
interject real quick? Please, I am from the southwest. In my family, we have Muslims.
Then talk about the law. The topic is the law.
Listen to me, please.
Tell me your problem with the law.
Listen to me. So you can't introduce what we can't tolerate. That is what we are telling you. If you want to introduce something, make it better. Let us see. Don't just bring it. Let us see.
Tell me your problem with it. You may have told me your problem with it.
Between Dr.
This is
Perry,
my problem
with it.
Between Dr. Perry and Emmy, let me just interject.
All day, nobody has told me their problem with Sharia law.
Dr. Perry, we should, and this is my own personal opinion because I've been through this already before. You should understand that Nigerians by nature, there's a certain section. Well, actually on both sides that are intolerant. So I think you should accept it is obvious here that some
These are
people
intolerant guys.
Yes, well, I'm saying both sides, both Muslims and Christians, okay? But now we're witnessing what is actually aggravating you, which is one side trying to aggravate you. They're going on an Islamic bashing
That's all they turn it
movement.
into.
But we see that. We see that, right? But
is it not Islamic? Is the law
It is divine law.
What is divine?
I don't like the topic. I'm telling you, if you like,
Who
put
is your
Christian
divine?
law.
Who is your divine?
Buddhist law, put customary law.
Which divinity are you pointing out here?
You see the bashing.
Dr. Damage, can you please
All right.
Tell me your problem with the law.
Which divinity are you talking
Tell me
about?
your problem with the law.
Emmy, in Sharia law, like Dr. Perry has been saying all along, has been Sharia law, like Dr. Perry, and I would really appreciate if you don't interrupt me. Who's that?
Please, can you turn off your phone, whoever is there?
They're doing that on purpose. So anyway, Emmy, Sharia law has been in effect, and Dr. Perry has stated this.
Sorry, since you still, I will get back to you.
Over again. So I want to ask, one thing I just want to ask, Emmy, is if you keep going against Sharia law, saying it is harsh, it is stringent, I understand that, but
this is retrogressive.
But I would answer it. It's my turn. I will answer it.
You can't be stoning people. And not what was your view on Deborah that was killed? What was your view on
Deborah was not
that
killed
was
by
killed in
Sharia law.
Sokoto?
That's your ignorance. She was not
What
killed
was
by
your
Sharia
view?
law. She was not killed by Sharia law. She was killed by mobs. You are ignorant.
Those mobs were for what?
All right, guys. All right.
She was killed by mobs.
So just recently in the Southwest, under this so-called secular law that everybody, like people like Emmy, are espousing, there was a child that was arrested by the secular system, the judicial system in southwestern Nigeria, and was incarcerated for 14 years without trial for stealing a chicken. So if we have to, this is why I say you have to be very careful when you point one finger.
But that is the law all of us accept. You can't introduce a religious law to a secular state. It's irrational and irresponsible. It doesn't make sense.
Emmy, 14 years in prison for stealing a chicken is contrary, without trial, is contrary to the Constitution of Nigeria. Nobody accepted that. So if you calm down and listen, I am telling you that when you point one finger, always be careful, because Nigeria, like I said, and which of course Dr. Perry disagrees with, I don't think personally that Nigeria is in a situation where the conditions are ripe for criminal enforcement under the Sharia law. And in actual fact, Western Nigeria has practiced Sharia law, certain parts, and I've repeated and reiterated this for almost 3 centuries. You do not see people running around with their arms.
Rudolph, this is not fair now.
Because what they've been doing,
he's still talking 7 times.
I'm talking because what I'm saying is making sense. So
you're not making any sense.
So what people are not running around, Emmy, with their arms cut off. Sharia, you from southwestern Nigeria, so is Dr. Perry, so is Rahman. In Ede, if you
then what's the problem with the way it is currently running?
Why do you want to yourself? Because we have Sharia in Kwara State for the last 10 years. Why educate yourself before you come onto panel? We've had it in Kwara State for 50 years.
Now, why is he
all right.
We have had it in Kwara State for 50 years. Go and educate yourself.
Why is it a noise now? Why are you making noise about it that you want to establish in the Southwest? Why?
You are talking it's in the Southwest already. It's in Kwara State for 50 years. It's in Ogbomoso. It's in the Southwest. So educate yourself before you come in public.
All right, thank you, everybody. We're rounding up. I will give Pansat the chance to ask one more question. Jide, one more.
I need to explain to some people. I'm sorry to interject. Okay. They have been complaining to me, why am I doctor in America and I'm talking Western? You know, they've bashed the whole Muslim dynamics, everything, that I should not be a scientist. So I will need time to tell them, like they wrote a lot of comments on that issue.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that, and of course, and then for Rahman, you can always jump in. You are one of the guests. So, Pansat, let me start with you. One question from you, comment.
Thank you very much. It's clear here that Rudolph has been protecting his guests. And we like that about him. He's a gentleman. He protects his guests, and he allows people who are sympathetic to the guests to talk, and that's okay.
Let me explain what concern. Let me explain.
You did already. I got you.
No. Let me explain that. I think you are talking about half of Turkey. I felt that he's I don't really know him very well, but I think he has a lot of knowledge about the subject matter. So okay. That's how I decided.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Now I'm gonna draw this thing out in the open where we don't have all this confusion, right? First, let's what is Sharia? Sharia, from the eyes of, say, Dr. Brimah and Muslims, is defined as a complete universal code of conduct drawn by the Creator, Allah. So through his messenger, Muhammad, to mankind, detailing the religious, political, economic, social, intellectual, and legal system, is for universal application, covering the entire spectrum of life, including law. So now, we know what Sharia is. Dr. Brimah made a couple of statements that I agree with, but it's in conflict with everything else he's been saying. He says the American jurisprudence comes from Islam. Okay, then. If the Western jurisprudence comes from Islam, why are you against it? Why are you making it order? I mean, you said it here, and I agree with you. When we talk about algebra and stuff like that, that's from the Islamic tradition, right? But then that vitiates every other reason to have another separate one for Muslims, because this is something that all of us are abiding by the Constitution that comes from many traditions, Western and Islamic. It's secular, is the short name for it. So now, there was a point where he had a dialogue with Mr. Eme, and he says, tell me what's wrong with Islam, the law. Now, you have to understand that when we're talking about religious freedom, we're not talking about religion. We're talking about religious freedom. Freedom to practice our religion the way we want it, without a state instituting that religion. I quoted you the part of the Constitution that dealt with that before. So I won't be redundant, but let me tell you what's wrong with Sharia. Blasphemy, for example. It's a criminal offense. In Nigeria, it's a civil matter. But in Sharia, it's a very difficult problem for freedom. So there's been some cases that were overturned. For example, Mr. Omar Farouk, a 16-year-old, he was tried as an adult under Islamic law, having passed puberty, right? That's the way they do it in Islam. So when you pass puberty, then you're tried as an adult. And he was sentenced to 10 years in prison with menial labor for using foul language toward Allah in an argument with a friend. Now, it took the UNICEF itself, after this guy spent over 6 months in custody. So since we don't have a lot of time, I won't go into, there's a problem there, sir. When it comes to music, for example, Hizbah have targeted the playing of music as un-Islamic. In Kano State, in 2003, a group of about 20 Hizbah disrupted a wedding party on the basis that it was an immoral gathering. Then the homosexuality that you're talking about, yes, traditionally we don't like it, and we have laws against it. So it's redundant to use it as an excuse. It's supposed to be a private matter, but in our country, it's against the law, right? And we don't like it culturally as well. So that doesn't give you impetus for Sharia law, where you're imposing a death penalty for that. So I want to tell you a few of the things that are bad. Alcohol. In 2020, the Kano State Hizbah Board implemented the destruction of 1,975,000 bottles of beer, worth over $200 million, almost $500, 200 million naira at a time. That has been confiscated by them, Metropolitan Kano. You have haircuts. In 2020, the Kano State Islamic Police shaved off mohawk hairstyles of young men. Executions, right? So It's also against our law. Now, I am trying to be collegial in this respect. Now, I'm going to go straight now because there is a hubris and an attitude that those who are pushing Sharia, they have. We want to tell you that we're not going to let you do it. We're going to stop you. We're going to conquer you if you try it. Can we leave out
the hear me. Let's stay on topic. Sharia law does not state these things. Can you show me Sharia law?
I just told you I quoted you the laws. I'm going to quote you that, but listen now. Dr. Brimah, let me land.
No,
because
do not go to the bashing. The people on the streets.
I'm trying to say to you, we can have a collegial discussion, but what you're doing, though, you're not doing that.
Yeah,
what
but
you're
now
doing
you
is
make
instead of being
Which
part of the law wrote conquer? Why are we talking about these things?
No. Okay. Let's abandon that for now. Let's go back to collegial scholarly, right? I have been quoting you. The only reason why I go straight is that if somebody keep quoting you the Constitution and you keep insisting, then what you're doing is what we suspect in other countries. Now, I'm not accusing you of that, Dr. Brimah. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for you. I am basically just cutting out this space on this particular topic. The rest of it, you're cool. You're one of our gems. Unfortunately, you're doing this. So what I'm saying to you is this. When we keep telling you we don't want it, and you keep pushing it, what do you think is going to happen? We don't want it. It's against our Constitution. The ones that are there now needs to be removed. That's the argument. We don't want it. It's non-secular. Our Constitution looks at secularity now. You have freedom to practice your religion. Nobody's saying, okay, Constitution is anti-religion. Nobody's going to support that.
And you forget your first points.
Okay, so my point is that my first point I made, right?
And you are rounding up because we are moving.
I'm rounding up. Let me remind him. Let's start from the last point I made. I gave you examples of where you have blasphemy, right? You have things that talk about haircuts, talk about women. I defined Sharia for you. If you want, I can define the Sharia again. That it's a code of conduct drawn by the Creator, right? Allah, through his messenger, Muhammad. Mankind, detailing religious, political, economic. So that's everything, law, intellectual. We would have no freedom whatsoever unless we adhere to the tenets. Now, we're not here to argue Islam and its tenets, because if we do that, it's also going to fail. But that's not what we're doing. We're discussing religious freedom, not religion. Because I believe that you're the one who's getting it wrong. You think that when somebody's talking about religion in a sentence with Sharia, we're talking about religious freedom, not religion.
And can I ask you, Sharia in a Yoruba state for Muslims, how is it your business?
Oh, it is my business. Let me tell you.
Everybody on this panel, and nobody has told me. How is
I'm going to tell you. Let me tell you. The way it works, right? We're polity. We have a constitution.
We have it in Kwara State. Have you visited Kwara State before? We have a Sharia court there. Your business.
Let me answer the first
one.
Unfortunately, we have one constitution for everybody.
And it's under the constitution.
Let me
just state this clearly to everybody. The Sharia law that has been instituted in different states is operating legally under the constitution. It's not a violation. So let's not bring up constitution as saying it's violating it.
No, hold on now.
In the customary law space and section of the constitution that guarantees state governments can institute laws for the
but you saw the case. Did you see on the private section? Hold on, Dr. Brimah, you're not being fair. I posted an execution. The first one was.
I said, how does it affect you? Sharia law.
It affects me because I'm going to tell you. Listen, let me tell you. I don't have to be a Muslim. I don't have to be a Muslim.
How does it affect you?
Let me answer you. Let me answer you. An injustice anywhere is an injustice everywhere. Let me land. It doesn't even have to be in Nigeria to concern me.
It doesn't affect you directly. Good.
So it does affect me directly. Let me hold on now. Hold on.
All right,
hold on.
We can't continue.
We
have to go.
It's your guess that's out of order.
Now, let me answer your question.
Thank
First of all, for your information, Section 204 of Nigerian Criminal Code prohibits blasphemy. It's not just Sharia law. blasphemy is prohibited.
That's what I said.
So if
civil.
you do blasphemy,
Civil, it's not
you'll be
criminal.
punished.
It's civil, it's not criminal.
It is prohibited.
It's civil,
but
though.
Pansa, the Sharia courts are not going
I
to
said
handle
it. It's civil. So
cases.
why the redundancy? You are advancing my.
Thank you, Pansat. I'm telling you that. And then the other things that you stated, the other so-called crimes that you are saying that are affecting them in the north. Which one again? Which were the other one? That's why I say he was listing too many. These are
okay.
90% of them are illegal.
Don't ask him. That's a mistake. We don't ask Pansat to explain one more thing. Thank you, Pansat. Let's move on.
Marrying girls at the age of 7 to perpetuate VVF, vesico-vaginal fistula. Marrying girls at the age of 7.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Alabama.
All right, hold on, guys. I'm rounding up this conversation. No interruptions anymore. I just want Jide and Rahman has to go. Okay, let me hear from Rahman. He has to go, and then we hear from Jide and Sho, and then that will be it. Rahman, go ahead. I know we've kept you longer than necessary. Rahman, go ahead. You're muted. You're muted. We can't hear you, Rahman. Okay, maybe this.
I've tried to unmute him, but StreamYard is telling me that I cannot unmute the guest because he chose to mute himself.
Okay,
so
Rahman, can you unmute
that
yourself?
you have to unmute yourself.
No, we don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Can't unmute guest because they chose to mute themselves.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Amadio is walking on the wrong guest.
Rahman, maybe you can just because I would like you to do your final take, before you leave formally. We're rounding up anyway, but yeah, you can log on, just log out and log on again. Thank you. Where was I? Jide and then Sho. Jide, just quickly, one last comment.
Yeah, I was just going to I wanted to ask that, okay, if you want to implement Sharia law, I would like to ask what are the limits? Like, so you said, I'm a Yoruba person, right? In my family, I have Muslims, so I don't hate Islam. I don't hate Islam like every other. I'm just joking, like every other. I don't hate Islam. But the point is, based on my personal opinion, I'm against Sharia law. I'm not an Arab, and I'm against it, and I condemn it. But now, the point I'm going to ask is, as Nigeria is a secular state, with 3 major religions: Christianity, Islam, and traditional religions. And we have different ethnic groups, right? So now, if you say you want to implement Sharia law in Yoruba land, and you said, okay, you want every other religion should have their own law, right? They should have their own law and jurisdiction. So what universal law would govern the entirety of Nigeria as a state? And let's say, for instance, I'll give an example, like Lagos State. Lagos State, for instance, you have Muslims, you have Christians. So if Muslims would adopt Sharia law, Christians will adopt Christian law or something. So what universal law would now govern me as a Muslim or as a Christian in relation to someone else as a Muslim or a Christian as of a different faith? So what law would govern what universal law would govern such people? I want to know. And that's
the law of the state. I don't know this. I'm exhausted right now. Go and look at Kwara State. They have the normal state law and they have the Sharia law. It's not a problem. Go and look at Kwara State. Everybody go and study Kwara State.
He brought up Lagos State. Lagos State already has.
Okay. They even have Sharia Courts in Lagos State.
They already had Sharia Courts. The thing is, a lot of y'all are not educated and are not willing.
The education, they're not educated.
So it is.
They are not informed or educated.
I understand this frustration. This is seeming like an Islamic bashing session. What you guys have to do,
I'm not Islamic bashing. I have Muslims in my family.
So what you
I'm not Islamic bashing at all.
Before you, I didn't say just you, Jide. So calm down. So
I'm Islamic bashing.
So what?
I'm bashing it because it's affecting
I
us.
accept that. It's good, beautiful. I personally, and I don't see why he's getting frustrated. I understand why he's getting frustrated, but something like this, I personally would have welcomed antagonists and tried to see if I can explain. Even
So
if
we are
there's
repeating
50,
the same thing since
yeah, I understand. So
asking the same question.
even if there's 50 people that are not willing to
The
learn, I
same
guarantee you.
question. He's working in Kwara. He's working in the Southwest
Dr. Perry,
already.
1 second. So I guarantee you
So how
that
is it working?
even if 50 people don't
When I
want to
have problem in
listen,
Kwara, I go to the Sharia Courts. It's for me.
even if
Not for
even
you.
if 50 people, so
There have to
even
be
if
a
50
universal
people
policy
are
that
now
governs
willing,
everyone in Kwara State.
Is there the state, the Nigerian law is
now
still
you're
there,
being
Court of Appeal, Court of
antagonistic.
Justice, the normal
All right,
process there.
all right. We were doing very well until this moment.
So let me learn, please. I'd really appreciate it. So
Until he made himself a guest. He's not a guest. Half of talk is not a guest. Let the guest
I'm
talk.
not a guest, but you guys,
We know you. You we know.
You're relishing the fact that you are bashing him and he's not explaining it to your satisfaction. So you love that.
Blasphemy
And
is a
that's not what
crime
I'm
in
trying to
Nigeria. You
let
didn't
happen.
know. It's
So
a
there's
crime.
ISP already in Lagos State, okay? Just like it is in Ede, just like it is in Ogbomoso, or a lot of places. So if you claim that you're Yoruba and you're in the Southwest, it is either you just are not educated enough, which you should go educate yourself, or you're being disingenuous, meaning
Everybody
you know
go and educate
things,
yourselves.
but you just do not want to admit to the fact that these things already exist in your home ground, in the home of your ancestors for about 3 centuries, when in fact Islam has even existed in your homeland for almost 1,000 years.
That's not true. Can I respond to that statement?
Forefather did not know that it's the same laws of our forefathers. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. You can marry many wives. It's the same Sharia law, it's the same our forefathers' laws. Forefathers are ignorant of it. Where is it?
All right, Rahman.
Then why label it Sharia? Why going through the Islamic way?
Sharia is just
I beg, make I know they see. Look, this is not.
We are choose your name. We are allow you choose your name. We will accept it.
All right. So I didn't know this is that serious. Okay. Well, this is I have not seen people act this way. Rahman.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize that this has got to such a point. It's a point that it's natural because of how close people are to religion. It tends to get into this point that you get art, and you know. So I can understand Dr. Perry, and I apologize. We should be having conversation and weighing all these ideas rather than using it to attack one another. We are all victims of all these ideas that are controlling our lives. All of us, we are all victims, and that's why we can't solve all the problems. But that's why I think at least we can be able to educate ourselves to see that laws that go beyond that go beyond interpretations that we can sit down and deal with. Because when we're talking about Sharia law, it's so open to interpretations that you hit a brick wall, and everyone has a right to their illusions. And because of that, anyone can rise up today and tell you that no, this is the way God says it, and you have a problem. Somebody says no, this is the way God says it. When everyone is saying this is the way God says it, and we can't find God to ask God, it is a problem. But when we see the way things have been working, and we know the intent of all of these things, we can be able to create a better society for ourselves without necessarily needing to name things to cause divisions among ourselves. As I said earlier, the two religions coming into our land, Yoruba land, as I would say, yes, they cause the divisions that we have. When you're talking about secularism and stuff, you can say the Yoruba tradition in the first place, the governance and everything is sort of what we call secular, because it doesn't honor any particular even the idea of religion is one of the things I'm even questioning right now. I haven't seen the idea of someone belonging to a religion is not something that is part of our culture. I haven't seen it. I may be wrong, and I'm still waiting for somebody to show me. So we have to try to look at all of these things, and most importantly, I think we all have to turn inside ourselves. That's the best thing that you can do, because if we keep arguing about these things. We have to find a way to talk respectfully, but we need to turn inward, each one of us, to really question ourselves, question our beliefs. You understand? Look at, okay, where all of these things are coming from, especially how we are all conditioned. We just find ourselves into this. We are born in it. I mean, if I was born into any other religion than Islam, I will be doing that religion and I'll be fighting for that religion right now. You know, so all of these things. For human beings to live a good life, you have to question all of these things. Otherwise, you're just living a second-hand life for all these ideas that have been coming for generations, that people are just determining how it goes and how it comes. You're telling, some people will tell you, okay, when we talk about Sharia, a lot of it comes from the Hadith. It's the people in the middle, in that region at that time, that were determining, deferring to their leaders to be able to make some decisions, and came to all of these things that we're talking about. And now we don't want to do the same, to look at one another and be able to create something for ourselves that we can live by, and our children, our grandchildren, everyone can be able to live in peace without all these divisions. So I think we really need to look inward, question ourselves, question all our beliefs, everything to the bottom. That's what I believe it needs to be done. If you can't question your beliefs and strip yourself down naked, much like even I think Rumi will say, you know, set yourself on fire. You know, it's all of these things, burn them up and start from scratch and try to see what makes sense. You know, rather than wait and for some people to be telling us something is from God, this is from God, and giving us all sorts of interpretations that now put the world in chaos the way we are right now. I think that's it for me tonight.
Thank you, Rahman. Thank you so much. I will let Show speak. After that, Perry will give the last his last comment. I know he's kind of frustrated, but I'm sure he will come up.
Don't worry. I'm not coming in with daggers or anything like that. I just want to ask Dr. Perry, do you see the reason why a lot of us are apprehensive about this, or you don't see? You know, just to find out from you genuinely, can you see why a lot of us are worried about the reintroduction or the reinforcement? Because you said you already exist in a lot of places. You know, can you see why we're worried, or you just think these people are just overreacting? What's your genuine feeling about our worries?
That's like a pocket knife. It's not a
I
dagger.
understand 100% why Nigeria, Pakistan, and some parts of India, and nowhere else in the rest of the world have issues with when not even Sharia, when they see the letter IS, they have worry, because you guys have a particular problem that the rest of the world mostly doesn't even.
That might not be Trinity.
Ghana doesn't have it. Gambia doesn't have it. Togo doesn't have it. Okay. Most of the world doesn't have this.
So for me,
phobia for Islam.
For me,
and for a lot of people, I know why you're worried, and I see it. Go ahead.
I think for me, I can speak for myself and a lot of people from the Southwest. We don't have Islamic problem. Like I told you, in the Southwest, as you're familiar with, we are 50-50. I don't think you would enter any household in the Southwest and you won't find Muslims and Christians.
Right. You've seen it in the North, you've seen it, and you guys have a phobia. I understand it.
Because of the way it's been presented. So let me tell you some of the things they've said. I mean, look at Noor Ribadu's daughters when they got married. Their dress were revealing, and it was celebrated. Somebody else will do that in the North, and it will be an issue, and they will be hounded.
I understand.
So these are the things. So you can understand.
It's
so
Sharia
Sharia,
Nigeria.
We saw it through the lens of the North, the way it is practiced. See, if Sharia came in, and it was total opposite of what is obtainable in our customary courts, and we think, oh, look at Ganduje, they've chopped his arm off, his arms off. We'll be like, oh, that might not be so bad though, but it is mirroring what we currently have, where you have the poor
used as another tool of oppression.
Exactly.
Is there fairness and justice in the way it's carried out in the southern part of Nigeria today?
Right, but what he's saying is we are just adding another justice as another additional tool of oppression again.
Yeah, because so for me, one of
all of that justice,
my sister's married to a Muslim.
Another one.
I've got nieces and nephews. I've got nieces and nephews who are Muslims, and I saw a video of a young lady in Kwara who was beaten because she went to a party, and I'm thinking, imagine that was my niece. I am going to town. I can guarantee them that. I don't even care if the parents agree. I, as the uncle, I'm taking some laws into my hand and I'm taking some people out. whichever way you want to interpret that. So those are some of the worries we have. You see people go to Ileke and they beat them mercilessly, and you're thinking, what's the need for that? You can be nice and you can be gentle to them. So this is the worry we have. It's not Islam for me, at least. Like, it's not Islam.
They're not going to school. There are a lot of things we don't like.
Can I come in for just 1 minute? For just 1 minute. It's very, it is very important that
Sure, continue.
Dr. Perry, lastly, you might know this, you might not know. I'm not Sharia expert. What is the punishment? Because I think this is the greatest of all sins in Islam. What is the punishment in Sharia for blasphemy?
No, blasphemy against God or the
prophet, peace be unto him.
Yeah, there is no blasphemy. You see, the word blasphemy is not against a man, because the prophet is not God. So everywhere you have seen that is a miscarriage of justice. Everywhere you have seen that, and that's why I believe the conversation should be letting Sharia be properly. Anyway, it's a miscarriage of justice. The prophet is a man. They used to insult him even while he was standing.
Well,
and when the defenders wanted to defend or go and attack them, he says, only when they start insulting God. But when they insult him, he says, stop it. He's a man. So that's a
can I have a minute, please?
The lady in Bauchi that was just released, she was kept there for 19 months because of blasphemy.
That's abuse and miscarriage of the Sharia.
So this is the worry.
All right. So
this is what we need to canvas against, rather than
hold on, Dr. Perry. Dr. Perry, hold on before you give your final submission. Thank you, Sho. Can I 1 minute? Just 1 minute, not too much.
Yes. I've heard someone saying that we are not educated on this issue, but I want to tell them that we're educated enough on this particular issue to know that currently in the north, arms are being amputated, and that hasn't been corrected. And you now want to transfer it to the southwest, letting us know that Sharia law should be acceptable because the amputation of arms are not in the Sharia law factors or whatever that is made of the Sharia law. Are we crazy? Now, even in Oyo State, there is a movement called Center for Eradicating Innovation and Establishing Sunnah. So, which means, and this is one of the branches, is one of those anchors to Sharia law. So, you want to eradicate innovation. You want to establish Sunnah. All these things hasn't been corrected. And you want us in a secular state to accept a religious law that will amputate arms, that will stone women, suspected of cheating, not caught, suspected of cheating, stone them to death, amputate arms for stealing of yam or corn. And you want us to accept that. You, Dr. Perry, can you ask them, can you correct these vices? Can you correct this wickedness? Then when you correct that, then we can now accept. We may think of accepting it, but as it is evil today, as it is seen as a wicked venture, we are not going to accept it. Correct. It is only a delusional person that will accept Sharia law.
All right.
A well-thinking human being should not accept Sharia law.
What? Correct what?
Amputation of arms.
Amputation of arms is not to be corrected. That's what I want. We need to cut
it already. Oh, you want it? How many politicians? How many political elites has been amputated? How many political elite has been amputated? How many?
Okay, can I stand?
So if I may respond, do not ask me to correct cutting hands. What you are trying to say is tell them to implement it properly. Let's both have the conversation. That
implement it first before you now transfer it to Southwest.
It is not
for me to do. It is not for me. I am rejecting it in its entirety. It is not for me to do. It is for you to do first.
And then market
it's not my assignment.
Oh, I agree. Yes, we need to fix it, use it properly.
And then you should stop going against. You should stop going against innovation. You even have a center approved. You even have a movement for that. In the secular state. You all think we are stupid?
Hold on, everyone. Hold on.
Coming here to use Takia to brainwash the no, it's not going to happen. Now we are all educated. Takia is not working here.
This innovation you are saying is a different topic. It's not Sharia.
Can you define Takia?
All right, hold on, everybody. Just pay attention.
Considering that Calabar was the first deep sea port in Nigeria, and Cross River was the first federal capital of Nigeria, it's suspicious that the process for seaport building and development is crossed ICRC, the Concession Regulatory Commission in Abuja, and the government has gone mute. Look, if you want to build a seaport, MPA needs to be at the forefront. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy and the MPA, they need to be at the forefront of it. The state government alone can't make it happen, because you need the federal government to give a seal of approval and validation to the investor that is going to take up the 60% contribution in the building of the seaport. If the federal government doesn't endorse and support it, the investor will not bring their money, because the federal government will give guarantee to the project, like it did for Lekki Deep Sea Port. So I find it suspicious that Calabar, they've refused to raise the channel draft, despite the fact that there's been an out-of-court settlement. You've gone cold on Akwa Ibom. Warri is not functioning. Onne is not competitive because it's only meant for oil and gas cargoes. And all of a sudden, Lagos Deep Sea Port is alive, is working. And then the minister is talking about doing Badagry Deep Sea Port. Is Lagos the only state in Nigeria? Lagos, look, if you speak to business people in Northeast, in North Central, yeah, they will tell you that they will prefer the Eastern Maritime Corridor, the Eastern Maritime Flank, because it's shorter for them, it's better for them than Lagos. So is there a fear that if Akwa Ibom Deep Sea Port comes alive, there's going to be a diversion of traffic, of cargoes from Lagos to Uyo? Is that the fear? Why is the government not on it? If the president is serious and he means what he says, when he says he wants to revitalize the economy and build a $1 trillion economy, he should be at the forefront leading the charge to ensure that the seaport building and development starts. Why is he not talking about it? Why have they gone cold on it? Because definitely I can assure you that it's not the state government that is not making effort. As a matter of fact, the person leading the Akwa Ibom state team on development of the Ibom Deep Seaport is the distinguished maritime lawyer, Mrs. Umfam Usoro, who happens to be the first DG of the NIMASA. Obasanjo appointed her as the first DG of the NIMASA in 2006. She's a distinguished maritime lawyer that has over 30 years of experience. So why is the government cold on Ibom Deep Seaport? And it's talking about Badagry. When Lagos...
All right. That is Kevin Emmanuel. He will be our guest on Saturday. And he has a lot to say about the economy of Nigeria. He's an economist. You don't want to miss this. Very, very one of the best brains we have now, and who can analyze these things beyond what we read in the newspapers. And he knows what's going on. So if you can join us, we will appreciate that on Saturday. All right, let's give Dr. Perry the chance to give us the final thoughts.
Rudolf, I had asked for 30 seconds in the private session. Is that okay? Just 30 seconds. I won't exceed it.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Perry, my statement I want to make concerns the way you are positioned in answering our questions, right? Here in the United States, we have it with gun lobbyists, people who want the Second Amendment for everybody to carry automatic weapons. They say guns don't kill people, people do. When you're caught red-handed with Sharia producing violence, violating human rights, you say, oh, it's not Islam, it's not Sharia, it's just people doing it the wrong way, right? So that, to me, it's not proper. I want you, and I think you're going to leave here with the same dignity we have for you, respect. You're a scholar, a doctor, an author. So, but this, you can't do this again. You have to help us build a progressive society that is secular. That's just I want to thank you for coming and indulging us. We'll still have the respect for you, but try to not make us look stupid. A lot of us here, some of us are more educated than doctors here on this platform. Some of us come from all kinds of angles. There is no hierarchy. A guest doesn't mean the rest of us are low. I fight with him all the time over that. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Dr. Perry.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. I just want to state certain things very, very clearly. First of all, I've had a problem throughout today with people not understanding that the only thing that certain people are asking for is the right for them and their people to apply Sharia laws, their God's laws, as their customary laws. It doesn't affect anybody else. Secondly, I do not believe that because people have abused Sharia law as all other instruments have been abused, that we should now accuse the law of what it is not guilty of. Pansat, I refuse to be intimidated by your statement. The law, you can tell me what you have a problem with the law. The law says if you still cut the hand, I agree. If you still cut the hand, I believe that the reason why we have crime in America and crime in Nigeria and both societies are deteriorating is because we are not cutting the hand of thieves. These punishments, capital punishments, I believe it. So I have a different type of love for Sharia law than a lot of other people. Are deterrents. When you know that the punishment for stealing is your hand being amputated, you will have less robbery in that country. That country is rotten to the bone. So I believe the whole of Nigeria actually needs Sharia law. Because once the governors, the president start thinking about it, they will think twice. It's rotten to the bone. The Western legal system that we use is a rotten, useless system that only creates more criminality. And I believe the solution to that problem is the divine solution. And that same divine solution is found in the Kemet system of my forefathers. It is found in the Bible. If your hand makes you steal, if your eye makes it, pluck it off, cut it off. It's found in the Bible, it's found in Kemetic laws, and it's found in the Quran. These are the divine laws. Finally, I would like to express something to Rahman, that Rahman always, throughout today, he has always been saying to me the absolute wrong thing about, he has preferred no solution. He keeps on saying that we need to go back. He said our culture. When he said our culture in his last statement, I said, we don't have our culture. I believe it's ignorant. There is a culture in Delta. There is a culture. Which of the culture?
But do you know that Islam is Arabic culture?
No.
Our culture that he said, a blanket statement, there is no our culture. They eat people in the south, in some area they eat people. In some area they give people their wife. In some area they walk naked in Jos or Adamawa. Which our culture? So there's no our culture. So the task that he's saying that we need to come down and review. If you review and make laws, it will take 100 years. You cannot make uniform laws. We are following Western law. We need to follow godly law.
Which God are you referring to, please?
Bring
Which God? I don't believe in any God. So which God are you referring to? I'm in Nigeria. I don't believe in God. So why do you want?
I'm answering you that every law you use is from Bible and Quran, and I've challenged everybody to tell me any customary or Western or any other law that's not from God that stops sodomy and stops bestiality and stops incest. I challenge and dare any of you to bring any source of law other than from scriptures that we know that says these things are wrong, that the animals do. The animals sleep with their mothers, they sleep. This is intelligent. I challenge, I leave it with all of you as homework. Bring
it's not true.
Evidence
it's not true, sir.
sodomy,
it's not true.
Bestiality. I challenge you. Other than from a scriptural root against sodomy, bestiality, and incest. I leave that as homework for all of you, other than religion.
Is Nigeria a secular state? Dr. Issa Brimah.
That's my challenge. That's my take-home assignment. Any of you, bring a source other than scriptural against these things.
All right, thank you so much. At this point, we have to thank our guests, Dr. Perry, Issa Brimah, and Rahman Oladigbolu for joining us. This is what we hope to do in the new year that we are going in, which is to bring people who have expertise on topics and not just for us to just talk about what we think. We're looking for lawyers who will help us understand the law, because in every discussion we end up having legal issues. So thank you all for watching and for being.
Can we have a debate now? You could go. I want to have a debate with Dr. Brimah.
No. The guests are leaving. We arrange these debates and we put that on the table for you to accept. You have never accepted any. But thank you, Dr. Perry. Thank you so much for being here. Rahman, thank you so much for joining us.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year. So
nice to meet you, Dr. Perry. Nice to meet you, Rahman, again.
Happy New Year, guys.
Thank you, everybody. So there's another broadcast that is coming up. That is
Happy New Year, guys.
End of year review. I think Forefathers, you're doing it. Is it you?
I think that was electricity that put that one up. I've not put mine up yet.
Okay, all right. So you can set up. So
Does he know?
Yeah.
Does he know that they put it up?
I don't know. Somebody will put up something. Somebody will do something.
Because it's meant to start in another 90 minutes.
No. Did you put that one up, the end of year review?
It wasn't me, but I just
okay. It's got
let me thank the people that supported us. Kulata, Tope. Hold on. Let me see. Ola, thank you so much. Igbo Basics. Sulak, thank you. We have T Majek, thank you so much. Abby, Abby, we need to see you sometimes. I like your views, really. Sometimes we need to see you on the panel. Thank you, everybody who supported us and who joined us today. In the new year, we will have more of these conversations that are targeted on topical issues, some of them controversial, and we will hopefully learn from it. On behalf of everybody, thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Show. Thank you, Pansat. Thank you, Jide. Thank you, CM. Thank you, Eme. Thank you, Kene. And
Rudolf, could the Forefathers continue from here while you get a break? Because you've been here a long time.
Yeah, no.
You don't want to lose the whole audience and then start something else.
Agreed.
Why don't Forefathers continue?
No, there are technical reasons why we stop and start a new stream. So he understands that. I really thank everybody. I think I will appear because I want to be here online when we get into the new year. I will just take a break and I will join. So again, thank you all.